Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Letter of Intent Signing between Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University and Sanming University, China. This event is a preliminary event of an international webinar. Letter of Intent Signing and International Webinar are series of 53rd Anniversary Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this event. My name is Ira Wijayanti and I will be your Master of Ceremony for Letter of Intent Signing event. Sudah jelas? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Letter of Intent Signing between Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University and Sanming University, China. This event is a preliminary event of an international webinar. Letter of Intent Signing and International Webinar are series of 53rd Anniversary Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this event. My name is Ira Wijayanti and I will be your Master of Ceremony for Letter of Intent Signing event. Oke? Sudah oke? Suara ada? Video ada?
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to International webinar Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University with our grand theme, Empowering Creative Industry to Rejuvenate the Economy During and After COVID-19 Pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to International webinar Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University with our grand theme, Empowering Creative Industry to Rejuvenate the Economy During and After COVID-19 Pandemic. This very moment was held by a special series of 53rd anniversary of FAB, Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University, Bali. It's being a great honor for me, Denan Kumari.
Can you feel it wrapped around your soul? There's no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. So much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. Now look behind. so much water. I can't pretend that I'm a strong
Ulang siaran.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. say you're on the run to the other side, my love.
For all participants, I would like to inform you about the rules for attendees. Attendee must be registered before joining the event. Second, attendee must wear neat and polite clothes. Third, attendee can join the event 30 minutes before the event started. Fourth, please choose representative background when joining this event. 5. To reduce the noise and interference, please use headset or earphone. 6. Attendee can ask questions to the panelists on discussion session via Google Form. Further explanation will be shown in the next section. 7. Attendees are required to fill the attendance confirmation on the link that will be open on Friday, 4th September 2020. The link will be sent during the event via Webex app, WhatsApp, Telegram, and WeChat group. 8. Participants are allowed to rejoin the event if disconnected. Thank you for your attention.
Search for you, stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard, and I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you? eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Oh, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. Yeah, I'm disgusted with myself, and I'm disgusted with the way we're told to have a certain face. I stood and wait because we are in pixels on a screen. No, we're human, we breathe. Every single thing we see curated, adorated. These expectations, they keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, and if I say
For all participants, I would like to inform you again about rules for attendees. First, attendee must be registered before joining the event. Second, attendee must wear neat and polite clothes. Third, attendee can join the event 30 minutes before the event started. Fourth, please choose representative background when joining this event. 5. To reduce the noise and interference, please use headset or earphone. 6. Attendee can ask questions for the panelists on discussion session via Google Form. Further explanation will be shown in the next section. 7. Attendees are required to fill the attendance confirmation on the link that will be open on Friday, 4th September 2020. The link will be sent during the event via Webex app, WhatsApp, Telegram, and WeChat group. 8. Participants are allowed to rejoin the event if disconnected. Thank you for your attention.
Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always hides behind. Now look behind. It's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. Stop it. around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. Close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. Don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall.
For all participants, I would like to inform you again about the rules for attendees. First, attendee must be registered before joining the event. Second, attendee must wear neat and polite clothes. Third, attendee can join the event 30 minutes before the event started. Fourth, please choose representative background when joining this event. 5. To reduce the noise and interference, please use headset or earphone. 6. Attendee can ask questions to the panelists on discussion session via Google Forms. Further explanation will be shown in the next section. 7. Attendees are required to fill the attendance confirmation on the link that will be open on Friday, 4th September 2020. The link will be sent during the event via Webex app, WhatsApp, Telegram, and WeChat group. 8. Participants are allowed to rejoin the event if disconnected. Thank you for your attention.
'Cause you'll be what you want to, what you said you were when I met you. You've got a warm heart, you've got a beautiful brain, but it's disintegrate. From all the medicine, from all the just medicine.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Letter of Intent Signing between Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University and Sanming University, China. This event is a preliminary event of an international webinar. Letter of Intent Signing and International Webinar, a series of 53rd Anniversary Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this event. My name is Madeira Wijayanti and I will be your Master of Ceremony for Letter of Intent Signing event. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to me to announce that among us here we have Your Excellency, Vice Minister of State-Owned Enterprises, represented by Managing Director Digital, Information Technology and Operation, PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Indra Sutoyo, MSc MBA. Your Excellency, Vice Governor of Bali Province, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Cokorda Oka Arta Ardana Sukawati, MSc. The Honorable Dean, Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, Bali, Agus Ganesha Rahyuda, SA, MT, PhD. The Honorable Dean, School of Economics and Management, Sanming University, Professor Lee Ying-chun. The Honorable Vice Dean for Academic and Planning Affairs, Vice Dean for General and Finance Affairs, Vice Dean for Student Affairs, Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University. The Honorable Director of International Exchange and Cooperation Office, Sanming University, Professor Chen Hao. The Honorable Speakers, Dr. Luo Jinhua from School of Economics and Management, Sanming University. Monica Sedi, PhD, as the Assistant Professor at Krakow University of Economics, Krakow, Poland. Niputu Sri Hartamimba, PhD, AKCA CMA, as the Head of Research and Community Service, Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, Bali. Professor Dr. Marcos Baschetti from the Federal University of Santa Catarina, Brazil. The Honorable Moderator, Dr. Nimade Asti Aksari, SA Embas, and for all these distinguished guests and all the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2018, Udayana University and Sanming University had signed the Memorandum of Understanding. The academic cooperation continuously done every year. Referring to the Memorandum of Understanding, it is considered important to create and sign an agreement between Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University and Sanming University as a basis for cooperation in the level of faculty.
tell me, was it worth all of the rows we had beneath it all? So you have your arms wrapped around your lies. Shall I try to pretend, act like it's all fine, and I haven't been losing sleep at all? And did you think of me before you fell so far below the line that you drew up for yourself? As I look at you now, I feel like walking away from all of the pain you throw my way, and everybody watching saw me fall. So out of love with you just now. Tell me, was it worth all of the rows we had beneath it all? So you have your arms wrapped around your lies. Shall I try to pretend, act like it's all fine, and I haven't been losing sleep at all? And did you think of me before you fell so far below the line that you drew up for yourself? love with you just now. Saw you flash your smile, how's that working out? You control everything and everyone around. Was it worth all the things you lost? You know it's too cold inside to stay with you here when all you do is try to stop me from feeling like you're not even here. As I look at you now, I feel like walking away from out of love with you just now. I'm in love with you right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin this event with a welcome speech from the Honorable Dean, Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University, to Mr. Agus Kanesara Yuda, SAMT, PhD. The time is yours.
Thank you. Excellency, Vice Ministers of State-owned enterprises, represented by Managing Director, Digital Information, Technology and Operation, PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia. Excellency, Vice Governor of Bali Province, Excellency, Professor Lee Ying Chun, the Dean of School of Economics and Management of Sanming University, the Vice Dean for Academic and Planning Affairs, Vice Dean for General and Finance Affairs, Vice Dean for Student Affairs, the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University. Dear distinguished speakers, Monica Sadi, PhD, Dr. Luo Jinhua, Niputu Sri Hartamimba, PhD, and Professor Dr. Marcos Bosqueti. Excellency, leaders of the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University, which are including the head of study program, the head of units, the head of administration office, and also other leaders of Faculty of Economics and Business University, Udayana University, who are able to attend this ceremony. Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good afternoon. I am very pleased to be here today for the signing of the letter of intent on lecturer exchange and research collaborations between the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University, Indonesia, and the School of Economics and Management, Sanming University, China. The School of Economics and Management, Sanming University, is widely renowned for being an influential public provincial economics and business school in China. Originally, the faculty has a history spanning for years, training and educating many of experts in China. Likewise, the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University has a good reputation in the advancement of knowledge in the economics, management, and accounting study field. The faculty has also continuously produced national caliber economists and management practitioners since it was first established by Professor Wayan Renda 53 years ago. Today is an important day in the development of both schools. Today, we continue our further step to reach our vision in becoming an excellent, self-reliant, and culture-oriented faculty with an international reputation in the economics and business area. Although we understand that Udayana University and Sunming University have conducted a very big event last year with the title The Second Southeast Asian Hakka Culture and the Initiative Youth Academic Forum at Sunming University. However, both schools have not had anyone in the faculty level. Today, we will establish our historic first collaborative partnership in the form of letter of intent with the School of Economics and Management Sunming University, with a personal hope that we will have and enjoy a very long-standing friendship with each other. The LOI that will be signed today will provide us a very good playground to work more closely together. This then will allow us to strengthen the internationalization and exchange academic and education activities between Indonesia and China academic institutions, and also help us to prepare ourselves to compete in the academic industry. Ladies and gentlemen, as has been written in our LOI, we will agree to cooperate in the area of lecturer exchange and research collaboration. Certainly, many programs can be established under this big umbrella, such as the promotions of the academic exchange between faculties and individuals, the promotion of study opportunities, assistance to support study and educational opportunities, as well as holding international student camp, international youth seminar, and in the long term, might be we will develop a double degree program that is provided by both faculties. Moreover, in the research collaboration area, as we understand, once we sign the LOI, we are able to start exploring about cross-border business between Indonesia and China that has been established long ago. We hope that under this LOI, we could produce leading economists and business practitioners that are not only useful for the society in Indonesia and China, but also the people in Asia and all around the world. Therefore, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone whose dedication and efforts have contributed to the finalizations of this LOI. In particular, I would like to thank the Rector of University Udayana University and its staff, the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University and its staff, and also the Vice Dean for Academic Affairs and its unit for Research and Community Services, Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University. Their insights, goodwill, and friendship have made the signing of this LOI a reality. Finally, I am confident that through our efforts and commitment, we will able to achieve more and to be able to continue to develop even stronger relationship and friendships between our two institutions. I would like to take this opportunity to assure you that the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University will do whatever it can in order to provide a successful and fruitful implementations of this LOI. I look forward to the successful implementations of our LOI and wish you all good health, happiness, and success. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the welcome speech from the Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, now we would like to invite the Honorable Dean School of Economics and Management, Sunming University, to deliver a speech. To Mr. Professor Lee Ying-chun, the time is yours.
尊敬的会友副部长，尊敬的司法法庭陈长，尊敬的阿构斯院长、副院长、出席嘉宾、全体嘉养大学师生们、女士们、先生们，大家下午好。
Respected Vice Respected Vice Minister Mr. Indra Utoyo, Respected Vice Governor Professor Sukhavati, Respected Dean Professor, Dear Factor of Udayana University, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
出席本次国际论坛，我谨代表三民学院经济管理学院此次论坛的召开表示热烈祝贺，对主办方的邀请表示诚挚的感谢，对两院之间即将展开的进一步合作表示期待。
My name is Professor Li Yingchuan, Dean of School of Economics and Management of Sanmin University. It has been a great honor to be invited to attend this international webinar and the signing ceremony held by Faculty of Economics and Business of Udayana University. On behalf of Sanmin University, I would like to express my warm congratulations to the opening of this webinar. Also, my thanks go to the hardworking organizers for their efforts to make it happen. We are really looking forward to further collaboration between our two faculties.
不断深化，交往不断加强。2018年10月，我校旅游学院与贵校的旅游学院签署了合作意向书，首次建立起了师生交换、科研合作的协作关系。2019年9月，我校成功选派了3名学生贵校交换学习，得到了贵校大力支持与帮助，学生反映学到了很多，进一步促进了两校之间的关于学术、文化等方面的交流。自2018年开始，我校连续2届东南亚特殊华人“一带一路”国际青年学术论坛，也得到了贵校的大力支持，持续加强了双方的纽带关系。
Since the signing of the MOU between our two universities in July 2018, the cooperation between our two universities has been continuously strengthened. In October 2018, the signing of letter of intent between our two faculties of tourism has witnessed the establishment of a cooperative relationship covering faculty exchange and research cooperation for the first time. In September 2019, we have our first students selected to your university for exchange study, which further promoted the academic and cultural exchanges between us. The support from your side to attend the first and second Southeast Asian Hakka Culture and the Belt and Road Initiative Youth Academic Forum in 2018 and 2019, held by our university, have further strengthened the ties between us.
市场营销、贸易经济、有管理、电子商务6个专业，教资部100多人，学生近2000人。学院地方性、应用型、开放式办学定位，重视培养具有国际视野的应用型人才。
With more than 100 teaching staff and nearly 2,000 students, we offer 6 majors in the School of Economics and Management, including tourism management and service education, financial management, marketing, trade economy, logistics management, and e-commerce. We deem it our mission to build an application-oriented university and cultivate applied talents with international insights to serve the local community.
我们应邀参加此次国际论坛暨签约仪式，是贵校经济与商业学院与我校经济管理学院合作的良好开端。希望通过此次合作， 能够在学生互换、教师互科研合作等领域取得新进展，持续加强双方院校的国际化合作，增进两校之间的合作关系。
We believe that our participation in this international webinar and the signing ceremony will witness a good start for cooperation between our two faculties. We hope that through this cooperation, we can make new progress in the fields of student exchange, lecturer exchange, and research cooperation, and continue to strengthen the international cooperation of our two universities and enhance the friendly and cooperative relationship between us.
最后，预祝本次国际论坛圆满成功，期待进一步推动双方各领域交流合作，实现双方稳定持久、友好合作关系。谢谢大家。
Finally, we wish this international webinar a huge success, and we are looking forward to further promoting exchanges and cooperation in all fields, and realizing a stable, lasting, friendly, and cooperative relations between our two sides. Thank you.
Thank you to the Mr. Professor Lee Yinjun for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, now we proceed to the main session, letter of intent signing. Firstly, Dean Faculty of Economic and Business Udayana University will conduct the letter of intent signing. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the chance to Sunming University to conduct the letter of intent signing. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, the letter of intent has signed by both parties, and this will be the basis in doing academic cooperation in the following time. Ladies and gentlemen, the letter of intent signing already conducted. Thank you very much for your attention, and soon we will come to the next event. As we announced previously, that the letter of intent signing is a preliminary event of an international webinar, and it will be hosted by Danan Kumaradewi. Thank you.
Coronavirus now spreading to at least.
Corona menggoreskan luka mendalam.
Experience one of the worst economic downturns.
2020 is a dark year for global economy. Almost all of the countries in the world experience an economic crisis. Indonesia is no exception. At the moment, the coronavirus continues to threaten our civilization and make all economic sectors struggle to operate in the middle of pandemic. If this situation continues even longer, Indonesia will face an even deeper economic downturn. In order to prevent that, Indonesia needs a breakthrough and innovative economic policy in all economic sectors to rejuvenate the economy during and after pandemic. This year, we attempt to revive the hope. For that reason, International Seminar Faculty of Economic and Business Udayana University proudly present our grand theme, empowering creative industry to rejuvenate the economy during and after COVID-19 pandemic.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to International Webinar Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University Bali with our grand theme, empowering creative industry to rejuvenate the economy during and after COVID-19 pandemic. This very moment was held by a special series of 53rd anniversary of Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University Bali. It's being a great honor for me, Danan Kumaradewi, to be standing here and welcome each and every one of you in this moment. Thank you for all of the speakers and participants to join this event. For all speakers are allowed to switch off the video and also mute the speaker until the presentation starts. Next, let's sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite the Dean, Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University Bali to give his welcoming speech and also open this international webinar officially. For Mr. Agus Ganesa Rahyuda, SAMT PhD, the time is yours.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Bapak Profesor Dr. Cokorda Oke Arte Ardana Sukawati, our Vice Governor of Bali Province, Excellency, Mr. Dr. Indra Utoyo, Managing Director, Digital, Information Technology and Operations, PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia Terbuka, leaders of the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University, which are including the Vice Deans, the head of the study program, the head of units, the head of administration office, and also other leaders of FEB Unut who are able to attend this ceremony. Dear distinguished speakers who will provide and share their expertise here, dear distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear friends of economics and business. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good afternoon. I am pleased to welcome you to the international webinar on economics and business with the theme Empowering Creative Industry to Rejuvenate the Economy During and After COVID-19 Pandemic. This international webinar is held in relation to the 53rd anniversary of the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University, where we will have two international caliber keynote speakers with government and state-owned enterprises background, and we will also have 4 professor panel speakers with academia background. They are all coming from 4 different countries and 4 different continents. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this international webinar is part of our efforts to help the economy pass through and survive this 2020 catastrophe, a catastrophe caused by a virus called COVID-19. As we all know, that this pandemic changes all elements in the society, including our lifestyle, how people interact with each other, how people use outfit outdoors, how governments spend their budget, and how firms and small, medium-sized enterprises shape the way they do their business. And I believe I can spend the whole day just to mention the effect of this pandemic to the world. Negatively, this pandemic impacts the economic growth of all countries listed officially in this world. Countries from Asia continent, Europe, America, South America, Africa, all suffers almost recession condition. It is argued that COVID-19 spread around the world has limited people activities outside their house, where they prefer to stay at home. Although stay at home provided positive impact, where it could reduce the spread rate of the virus, unfortunately, the stay at home movement hit the consumption side of the economy. Decrease in household consumption make an oversupply conditions on the supply or production side. This oversupply condition forces many firms to shut down factories, workshops, decrease the production rate, and lay off the employees. Employees who were laid off or fired have no income, which subsequently reduces their purchasing power, and as I said previously, a catastrophe. What should be done? This is actually a blessing in disguise for people who work in the creative industries. Before COVID-19, most businesses in Indonesia have focused on tourism, agriculture, mining, and or service industries, where only small parts of them have worked in creative industry sector. Now we see these industries get blossom. In Indonesia, example of growing creative industries is the online market, digital games, traditional culinary, fashion, and clothing, where these industries experience increase in growth, almost 300%. This is for certain not something that is surprising. In the creative industries, everything comes together. Creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Add this with digital technology, then it will certainly help us to deal with the impact of COVID-19. This is the kind of features that not many industries have. Therefore, it is important to place creative industries as one of the cores from cooperations in the digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, then the next questions will be how can we use these pandemic situations to leverage the important role of these creative industries? This is actually the one questions that we will try to answer in this international webinar. Two keynote speakers and four panel speakers from four different countries and four different continents will share their expertise, help you understand about the importance of creative industries in these very specific situations, and subsequently provide key approaches that you might apply as you shift yourself and or your business to the creative industry sector. I believe that by participating in this webinar, we are in the right place and the right time to accelerate the exchange of ideas and scaling up of good practices in order to support the economy and recover from this pandemic COVID-19. Moreover, I'm hopeful that the presentations, discussions, and activities here will not only inform you as the participants, but also the government, business, academia, and society about key approaches to empower and stimulate the growth of creative industry to help our economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a very successful webinar today. And before I close my opening remarks, allow me to officially open this webinar on behalf of the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University. I will open this webinar by knocking the table 3 times. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good afternoon.
Thank you for the Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University for giving his welcoming speech and also open this international webinar officially. I would like to say hello for our participants from Webex app and also YouTube channel. And for your information that our participants, that's not only from Indonesia, but only from Brazil, China, Poland, Indonesia, and another country. Next, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to our main agenda, that is keynote speech will be conducted by 2 keynote speakers. The first keynote speaker is Indra Utoyo, which is a Managing Director Digital Information Technology and Operation PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia. First, I would like to introduce you his profile. His educational background is Bachelor Degree Electrical Engineering and Telecommunication Institute Technology Bandung in 1985. And His Master in Communication and Signal Processing Imperial College University of London and University of Kingdom in United Kingdom in 1994. And then his doctorate in Strategic Management University of Indonesia, Jakarta in 2019. His professional background is Managing Director of Digital Information Technology and Operation PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Managing Director of Digital and Strategic Portfolio PT Telkom from 2012 until 2017, Managing Director of IT Solution and Supply, Telkom Group from 2007 until 2012, President of Commissioner PT Metra Digital Innovation from 2016 until 2017, President Commissioner PT Multimedia Nusantara from 2009 until 2016. Organization National Information and Communication Technology Council as a member, and Indonesia Digital Creative Industry Community as a board of supervisors. Publication Infocom meraih peluang di era post-teknologi. Manajemen Alhamdulillah, Paradox Marketing in Practice, Silicon Valley Mindset, membangun ekosistem startup digital Indonesia. Award, Second Best ASEAN CIO 50, IDG tahun 2019, BUMN Innovation Figure, Ministry of BUMN in 2017, CIO Executive Dream Team in 2011, and the first best CIO in 2010. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Managing Director Digital Information Technology and Operation PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Mr. Indra Utoyo, MSc MBA. For Mr. Indra Utoyo, MSc MBA, the time is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Distinguished Excellency, the Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business Udayana University, Bapak Agus Ganesha Rahyuda, and also distinguished Vice Governors of Bali Province, Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Cokorda Oke Arta Ardana Sukawati, and all the participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. This afternoon, allow me to represent Vice Minister of State-Owned Enterprise, Bapak Kartika Wiruatmojo, since he's having an important schedule that cannot attend this important webinar. So I will represent to present his keynote and apologize if I cannot maybe deliver as good as he's supposed to deliver. So this is the material that actually has been prepared by Pak Tiko. So allow me to represent him. So the topic is about the role of a state-owned enterprise in empowering creative industry amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. So I would like to start by introducing the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise Strategy. And then the second, I will try to maybe describe the creative industry impact of COVID-19, and also in last one is the role of a state-owned enterprise in empowering creative industry. Okay, so the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise has defined the priorities. It is 5 priorities. So the first is about creating catalyzing the economic and social value creation for Indonesia, supporting the security of food, also energy and health. That's as the ultimate priorities in the Ministry of SOEs. The second, as the underpinning priorities, is the changing or innovating the business models. How in this new fast-changing environment, state-owned can restructure of business models through ecosystem building, partnership, also by doing the collaboration and also mapping the stakeholders, and also try to really focus the state-owned into their core business. Yeah. The second is about the foundation and also leading the technology as a leader in technology development, how the state-owned enterprise can also take the role for leadership in strategic technologies, yes, and also institutionalizing the digital capabilities within the state-owned enterprise to acquiring new capabilities in data, analytic, artificial intelligence, and cloud technologies to really leverage the potential by really capturing the value and creating the value through digital transformation. The third or the fourth is the how to energize the investment, optimize the value from the asset that state-owned have, and also create an environment that foster healthy investment, also establish sovereign wealth fund through the omnibus law to make it simplified and also more impact driven. And the last one is unleashing the talent. So how to really build and develop the talent and adapt to the new era and invest in future competence, yeah, reskilling and train the workforce, and also retain the quality, high quality talent for Indonesia. Okay, next. I think that's the priority of the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise. And then the role of state-owned enterprise is kind of balance between value creation and also agent of development at the same time. As a business entity, state-owned also has to pursue for business growth and balance with the business risk. And then at the same time also a role as the agent of development by serving the public welfare, also in growth as a pioneer to really a part of solving the problem of the social and economic. So in the business value creators and also agent of development is currently focusing more on the how to balance these two and create a long-term sustainability. Okay, that's the introduction of state-owned enterprise strategy. Now we are entering into the topic of creative industry and the impact of COVID. Next. So I think this from backgraph indicating that the creative industry is one of the significant sectors that contributing to the national economy, contributing around 7% of the GDP, and 1.4% of the total workforce. And I believe, and we believe it is continuously growing. That currently there are top 3 sectors in this creative, among other sectors. So the top 3 is the culinary, and then craft and fashion, and the rest is around 24.5%. Yeah. So the contribution is keep growing, it keep increasing, and also about absorbing the workforce is also increasing. But there's also an issue about the financing. So only 24.4% that creative industry can get access to banking financing, but the rest are around 96.6% are still classified as not as a business entity. Yeah, next. Indonesia, I think, among other economy, is relatively have a very good position, even though in the first half the economic growth are negative, is 5.3 minus, but expecting that in the next coming quarter and another until the end of the year there will be an improvement, and there's some more economic activity coming that also producing or creating the economic activity and value creation. Next. So the impact of COVID on the sectors. So we can see that among the creative industry or creative sectors, the culinary industry is still one of the least negative impact compared to other sectors like fashion or like clothing and apparel. I think it's also quite severely impacted. Yeah. Next. Most of the creative industry are in the MSME, micro, small, medium enterprise sectors segment. Around 62% of this SME or this MSME sectors is impacted quite severely and around 62% are their operation are closed. Yeah, only maybe 6% that's still, or it's 28% that still operate and not impacted. Next. So again, the sectors that severely impacted by the COVID is the micro and small medium enterprise compared to other sectors, compared to corporate or retails or commercial. So SME and micro is the highest impacted by this COVID. Yeah, because that also impact to their daily life, because they life based on their earning day by day. Yeah. Okay, next. And then what is the role of a state-owned enterprise to empower creative industry? I think there are 3 areas. One is related to the capacity building. We relate to how to cope with the fast-changing trend, and then how to be also competitive, yeah, to compete with imported goods, and also there's a limitation on the R&D, and also there's a need to improve the capability on the creative business sectors. There's the second areas in the increasing access to market. Yeah, how then small medium enterprise and creative industry can access to the domestic market and also to the global market. And the last one is increasing or to increase the access to financial. Next. First, the contribution of the state-owned enterprise in capability building. There is an initiative in the state-owned enterprise. We call it a Rumah BUMN. Currently, there are 245 Rumah BUMN all over the country that contributed by state-owned enterprise. It's about facilities that facilitate small medium enterprise and micro small medium enterprise to go modern way of managing the business, and then go digital and go online. So in this facilities, there will be activities like training, like and then go into how to go into e-commerce. So that's kind of also the activities happen in this rumah kreatif, rumah BUMN. Next, for example, like the training series, there are around 75 creative training series that provided to the creative sectors, so to the culinary, craft, and fashion, through also online learning. Yeah, so they can follow the training with less contact model, with virtual models. So there is a number of attendants that already follow this training, the series, yeah, and they also can follow through YouTube. Next. The next contribution is in facilitating to increase the access to market. This one example that promoted by small medium enterprise, the SOE, is to promote the fashion industry as a curated industry, not the commodity one. The curated fashion industry through exhibition, virtual exhibition. We call it Nusantara Fashion Festival that just been conducted last August. So there are a lot. There's around 20 live streaming seminars, webinars, and also exhibition. There are 75 fashion designers, labels, brand, in the spirit to celebrate the 75 years Independence Day. There are also events to promote Indonesian fashion industry by 8 local fashion bloggers, regional fashion bloggers, international media, and also local media. Okay, next. Straight on. We also try to facilitate the increasing access to markets through e-commerce. So how then the like Bank BRI try to support and facilitate the small medium enterprise to go modern, go digital. So helping them to onboarding digitally, we teach them how to package the product and also manage the inventory, etc. And then as they are ready, then we onboard them to the top e-commerce providers, Tokopedia, Shopee, Bukalapak, Belanja. So as you are on board in the Indonesia Mall, so Indonesia Mall are present in this all official store. The 7, I think around 7 top e-commerce, and also one is the international e-commerce, the Q10. So the product from SME can be bought internationally, also can be exported to the region. Yeah. So this also as the effort to bring the small medium enterprise to go export through e-commerce. Next, we also try to how to make in this pandemic that state-owned enterprise, the small medium enterprise, the micro small medium enterprise, they can still be productive, and we help them to, and also giving access by setting or have a policy that buying from our SME through the platform we call it PADI. PADI is the platform digital that SOE first priority has to buy from our own SME that maybe so far are being built or being supported by state-owned, and they become our suppliers, and then hopefully it grows and create network effect, and hopefully it can also produce the potential for SME or to grow their business. Next. In terms of access to the financial or access to capitals, Himbara through Bank of State-Owned Enterprise, BRI, Mandiri, BNI, and also BTN. So we provide the KUR that subsidized by government. So for micro segment, BRI is the specialist on the micro. So already distributing around 114.5 trillions, and then on the small, 57.1 trillion, and then on the worker abroad, the KUR for worker in abroad, and the total KUR distributed around 172.3 trillions. Next. And also how we also can provide access to capital to creative industries. So like BRI serve the creative industry, currently around 25 trillion already been distributed to the sectors. And also for the sector that may be difficult to be provided by bank, we collaborate with fintech. For example, Invest3. So we act as a institutional or wholesale lenders. Then Invest3 will make it retail to the creative industry. They cannot direct to the bank since there are limited collateral asset. They are a creative industry, don't have the collateral. They just do their project based on the creativity. So we distribute the loans through fintech, the Invest3. So they provide for a number of initiative or activities like advertising, decoration, event organizers. Then we can support at least the capital, the financial support for them to start the project. Next. Okay, I think that's the state-owned enterprise in short. What has been done and also continue to improve. There are the areas, the increasing of capacity, access to market, and also access to capital. Thank you. That's all. Maybe the keynote as to represent maybe 5 ministers. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Salam sejahtera.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the speech from Mr. Indra Utoyo, MSc MBA. Thank you very much for the informative and insightful presentation. I would like to say about the awarding certificate will be given after the speech from second speaker. Then, thank you, Pak Mr. Indra, MSc MBA.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then we continue to our second speaker. Is it Professor Dr. Insinyur Cokorde Oke Arta Ardana Sukawati, MSc, as a Vice Governor of Bali Province. First of all, I would like to introduce his profile. Professor Dr. Insinyur Cokorde Oke Arta Ardana Sukawati, MSc, born in Ubud, Gianyar, 23rd August 1956. Educational background: Faculty of Engineering, majoring in Architecture, Udayana University from 1976 until 1984. Master's degree of Cultural Studies, Faculty of Literature, Udayana University, 1996 until 1998. Doctorate degree of Cultural Studies, Faculty of Literature, Udayana University, 2003 until 2008. Experience: Regent of Gianyar Regency from 2008 until 2013. Vice Governor of Bali Province from 2018 until now. Organizational background: Vice President of Cultural Preservation Institution Bali Heritage Trust from 2003 until now. Forum member of Moral Reconciliation Movement from 2003 until now. Head of CSPS Bakti Negara, Vice President of Bali Tourism Board, Head of Santo Yosef High School Alumni Group, the Governing Board of Bali Tourism Board, Head of Udayana University Postgraduate Alumni Group, and Honorary Consul of Malaysia. Next, Trihita Karana Award and Swasti Sabha and Manggala Karya Bakti Husada Award, and also Penilaian Kerja Pemerintah Daerah Bidang Pekerjaan Umum Award 2011. And then, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency's Vice Governor of Bali Province, Professor Dr. Insinyur Cokode Oke Arta Ardana Sukawati MSI. The time is yours.
Thank you very much. Honorable Managing Directors Digital Information Technology and Operation PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Honorable Dean of Economic and Business Fakultas Udayana University, Bapak Agus Ganesha Rayuda, SIMT, PhD, the moderator and distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, shalom, daya, rayu, rayu, rayu. To begin this keynote speech, let us extend our utmost gratitude to Ida Yang Widiwasa, God that Almighty for all the blessing given to us all, so that we can gather together today virtually to attend this international webinar with the theme of empowering creative industry to rejuvenate the economic during and after COVID-19 pandemic, held by Fakultas of Ekonomi and Business Udayana University. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 pandemic has brought significant impact to all aspects of our life, be it economically, socially, culturally. Bali is not the only one having this challenge. The whole world is also facing the same hardship. The economic growth of Bali in the first quarter of 2020 is minus 1.14%, while in the second quarter 2020, Bali's economy is winning even deeper to minus 10.98%. This low growth is caused by the steep decrease of income from Bali's main sectors, which is tourism. The number of international visitors in Bali has been decreasing since the onset of the pandemic up to 99.97% in May 2020. Bali suffered loss around 9.7 trillion rupiah every month from tourism sectors alone. According to data from Labor and Mineral Energy Resource Office in Bali, as per May 25, 2020, there are as many as 71,313 workers, formal sectors, get furloughs, and 2,570 lost their job. Expert has been analyzing that will be a shift of preparation to entrepreneurship due to the economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic. This happened as a response from those who lose their job in order to make their ends meet. The type of business that are most attractive will be those in creative industry sector, especially culinary, advertisement service, handicraft, and art, especially the ones that use social media to conduct their business and promotion. Creative industry is an emerging economic sector in Indonesia, deemed to be the most lucrative industry nationwide throughout the enhancement of value-added products as a result of one's creativity and innovation. Ministry of Tourism and Economy Creative of Indonesia notes that creative industry gives contribution around 989 trillion rupiah in 2017. Nation GDP or around 7.28%. The contribution of this sector is actually keep increasing when in 2017 it grew 5.07%. In addition, creative industry provides 17.7 million jobs or around 14.61% of the national employment rate. Creative industry workers receive which average 2.23 million rupiah. Seeing this outstanding potential, I really hope Bali can be a leader in Indonesia in developing creative industry. Bali is rich of art and cultures. This makes Bali to have a huge potential in developing both tourism and creative industry sector. Nationally, the highest number of creative industry subsector are culinary, 41.47%, fashion, 17.68%, and handicraft, 14.99%. Bali has promising opportunity to develop culinary, fashion, fine art, and performing arts. For instance, Ubud has received an award from UNWTO as a global gastronomy destination in 2019. Apart from being well known for its as a masterpiece such as painting and traditional dance, Ubud apparently also has potential in the local culinary. Distinguished participants, COVID-19 pandemic has caused the decline in both consumption and production of creative production and negatively affect 98% of creative industry workers. This is indeed very unfortunate. Hence, the government of Bali province has been committed to support necessary steps aimed for recovering Bali economy, including creative industry sector. In general, the government of Bali province through National Economic Recovery or NER program actually has prepared various program and aids together for people who suffer the most from the pandemic. The program is divided into two parts: social protection and business protection. In social protection, NER program provides several aids to ease the burden of the most fragile community. Those aids are Hopeful Family Program, Direct Food Aid, Social Cash Aid, Direct Cash Aid Village Fund, Pre-Works Card Program, Direct Cash Aid for micro, small, and medium enterprise, and with subsidy. In business protection, the government provides interest subsidy program for micro, small, and medium enterprise, credit warranty for MSME, credit warranty for corporation, and state cash placement in partner public bank as a policy for national economic recovery. These support programs are dedicated to increase our economy endurance during crisis, especially in Bali. However, the programs are not directed to improve our economy competitiveness in the post-pandemic. This is an important issue that we need to consider from now on. When we are talking about empowering creative industry, I would like to highlight four important aspects. There are revolution spot, human resources improvement, capital support, and market accessibility support. The government of Bali province is committed to give support to creative industry, especially the micro, small, and medium enterprise throughout regulation support set as Governance Law number 79 2018, the Governance Law number 99 2018, which are aimed to support the use and consumption of Balinese local product. In addition, during the pandemic, the government also is the process of permit and license for investment in Bali in order to boost the economic. Another side, human resources improvement for creative industry is conducted through series of training and workshop based on the respective sector that are being developed. If the quality of our human resources in improve, the creative production will also become a lot more better and will have better added value. In the next aspect of capital support, creative industry in Bali can also of government aspect in developing creative industry. The government initiates several programs and campaigns to open up market access as wide as possible. The government gives support throughout various promotion channels, affordable market program, and other supportive programs such as Jalan-Jalan Bali or Explore Bali that acts as a campaign invite people. This concludes my keynote speech for this webinars. I hope the discussion in this webinars today will bring benefit to us all. I hope with related stakeholders from the government to local community can give support and motivate each other to improve creative industry of Bali as an important economic sector in the future. Thank you very much. Om Santi, 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was speech from Professor Dr. Insinyur Cokorde Oke Arta Ardana Sukawati MSI. Thank you very much for the informative and insightful presentation. In order to express our gratitude, we are honorably present to our keynote speakers biggest appreciation from the Dean, Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, will give an awarding charter to our honorable outstanding keynote speaker. For the Dean, Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, the time is yours.
Dear our Honorable His Excellency Mr. Vice Governor of Bali Province, Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Cokorde Oke Arta Ardana Sukawati, let me represent our Faculty of Economics and Business to provide you a certificate of excellence participations as our keynote speakers in our anniversary of the FEB UNUD. Hopefully all of your keynote and also your message will deliver abroad and also will deliver widely, so we could apply it and we could use it as our point of reference in the future for the creative industries. Please accept our certificate of excellence participations and thank you very much, Bapak Vice Governor. Thank you. And then the second one for Bapak Mr. Dr. Insinyur Indra Utoyo, MSc, Excellency Vice Minister of State-Owned Enterprises that is represented by the Managing Director, Digital, Information Technology and Operations PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia. I'll also offer and present you a certificate of the excellent participations. Thank you for all of your speech and thank you for all of your message. And this message, I hope as well will impress or express widely into worldwide so we could understand and we could also apply it and use it as a point of reference for the growth of the creative industries in Indonesia and also Bali specifically. Thank you once again, Mr.
Thank you, Pak Agus.
Otoyo. I'll see you around. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University and also our beloved keynote speakers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will still in international webinar in Webex app and also YouTube channel. Hello for all the participants from Brazil, China, Poland, Indonesia, and also another countries. Let us take a look of a commercial break before we go on the panel session.
Transaksi pembayaran zaman sekarang, penjual dan pembeli ingin yang praktis dan cepat. Ngitung kembalian recehan, udah nggak zaman. Mau belanja, terus bayar dengan kartu. Atau ngopi, bayar dengan scan kode QR. Memang sih, aman dan gak ribet, tapi penjual harus memiliki banyak aplikasi pembayaran. Kini, penjual senang dan pembeli lebih gampang. Dengan Kris BPD Bali Merchant, satu QR untuk berbagai aplikasi pembayaran QR. Cukup tunjukkan ke pembeli dan Kris dapat dibaca oleh semua penerbit yang lain. Transaksi cepat, seketika langsung ke rekening penjual. Dengan Kris BPD Bali Merchant, bikin transaksimu lebih unggul. Ayo, segera gabung menjadi BPD Bali Merchant. Transaksi praktis dengan Kris BPD Bali Merchant.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation in this event. And right now we will go on to panel session who will be led by our moderator. First of all, allow me to introduce her profile. Dr. Nimade Asti Aksari, SA MBes, Assistant Professor in Marketing at the Department of Management at the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University, Indonesia. Earned her master's degree at the University of Sydney and doctorate degree at Victoria University in Australia. Participate in various conferences in the Asia Pacific region and published a number of studies in the field of marketing. Her publications include topics on destination branding, tourism and the economy, and social media marketing. Her current research interests are in the area of tourism destination marketing, digital marketing, and consumer behavior. Professional membership includes the Australian Award Alumni Network and Beta Gamma Sigma International Business Honor Society. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Nimade Asti Aksari SA MBS. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Danan. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Wherever you are in the world, it's great to have you with us today. My name is Asti, and I will be moderating today's panel discussion. So for those of you that have joined, we have muted your sound and your video to manage the session better and so that we don't lose our speakers and also to minimize background noises. Before we go further, I will briefly walk through the format of this webinar. Our guest speakers will firstly give their presentations, which will then be followed by a session for question and answer, and concluded by some final remarks from our speakers. You will have the opportunity to ask questions by firstly typing them on the Google form, which we will provide through a link that will be posted on your chat function and also via WhatsApp, Telegram, and WeChat. You can send your questions at any time during the presentation, and we will close the question submission at the end of the last presentation. You will also have the option to ask your questions directly to the speaker, or we can also read them out for you. So please remember to make sure that you indicate your choice on your Google form later. Just so that you are aware, this webinar is recorded and we will be posting this webinar to all our other members. COVID-19, as we all know, is an unprecedented challenge. It has impacted many sectors of not only in the developing countries, but also in developed nations. COVID-19 is obviously a health crisis that has turned into an economic crisis as well. Countries around the world are facing a hard task in trying to protect people's health whilst keeping the economy going. Currently, many businesses around the world are responding creatively and finding new ways and opportunities. As in many other sectors, COVID-19 has transformed the creative sector in ways that we would thought impossible to do at the start of this year. This include working from home, digitalization, and adopting new working practices so quickly. So this demands for more insights into how we can empower the creative industry to rejuvenate the economy during and after COVID-19 pandemic. So on that note, I'm delighted to say that our guest speakers today are from 4 different parts of the world, namely China, Poland, Brazil, and Indonesia, showing how global this webinar is today. So without further ado, please allow me to introduce our first guest speaker on the panel, Professor Luo Jinhua. Hello, Professor Luo Jinhua. I will read Professor Luo Jinhua's CV. So Dr. Luo Jinhua, is a professor at Sunming University and the Secretary of Party Committee of School Economics and Management, Sunming University. He is also a Master Supervisor of Fujian Normal University and Fujian Agriculture and Forestry University, a member of Sunming CPCC, Director of National Park Research Center of Sunming University, Vice President and General Secretary of Sunming Economic Society, President of Gukin Professional Committee of Sunming Musicians Association, and member of Tourism Resources Research Professional Committee on the Chinese Society of Natural Resources. Professor Luo's main research fields include natural heritage and national park management and tourism resource planning and development. He has published more than 40 papers in domestic and foreign academic journals and won 4 second prizes and 3 third prizes of Sunming Excellent Social Science Research Achievements, and was awarded the title of Excellent Teacher of Sunming City and the Excellent Teaching Award of Sunming University.
So to Professor Luo, thank you very much for being with us today. The time is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Respected Vice Minister, Mr. Angela Tago, respected Vice Governor, Professor Sukarawati, respected Dean, Professor Agos, and Vice Deans, Your Excellent guests. Dear friends, I'm Luo Jinghua, a professor from the School of Economics and Management of Xiamen University in China. I'd like to thank the organizer first for their kind invitation to attend this conference and discuss the issues of empowering creative industry to revitalize the economy during and after COVID-19 with all the experts here. The outbreak of COVID-19 in 2020 as an extremely large public health safety incident has had an important impact on China and even the global economy. Tourism, due to its industrial characteristics, is the first to be seriously affected. So how has China's tourism been affected by COVID-19 and how to deal with the crisis? How to save ourselves and rebuild tourist confidence in traveling? Those are questions worth discussing. Thus, I'll give my speech from three aspects. The first aspect, I'd like to talk about the big situation of China's tourism development under the impact of the COVID-19. Tourism is environmentally sensitive and comprehensive industry, which plays a strong role in driving industrial linkages. The outbreak has a direct impact on the development of transportation, accommodation, scenic spots, catering, shopping, and other related industries. The outbreak coincided coincided with the Chinese Spring Festival, with a huge population flow among the whole nation. With the outbreak of the COVID-19, as the General Office of Ministry of Culture and Tourism issued an urgent notice on suspending the business activities of tourism enterprises on January 26, 2020. China's tourism industry seems to have been pressed the pause button. Tourist hotels face a large number of order cancellations. The business of the travel agency was suspended. Tourist attractions, museums, cinemas, and other entertainment venues were closed. And catering enterprises were suspended as well. Tourism has been experiencing a precipitous drop in development with huge economic losses. The second aspect, I want to talk about the response of the tourism system at different development stages of the COVID-19. Since the outbreak in China, it has generally gone through three stages: outbreak spread, steady improvement, and modernized prevention and control. The first, during the outbreak in January and February, tourism activities were suspended and online tourism was carried out. Under the arrangement hour and requirement focusing on prevention and control, tours, groups, scenic spots, and other tourist activities are suspended accordingly. With their own business shut down and suffering from huge losses, tourism enterprises in China have been responding to the call of the nation, quickly providing free cancellation protection for tourists. However, the Ministry of Culture and Tourism has launched online public services such as online public cultural services and travel tips on its web portal. According to the statistics, museums across the country have launched more than 2,000 online exhibitions, which greatly meet the needs of the masses for online cultural consumption. The second, in mid-March, the epidemic gradually became stabilized. In April, production and employment were gradually restored and people can start traveling around the cities. Since the middle of March, the domestic tourism industry has entered a new stage of prevention and control. Tourism enterprises in 25 provinces and autonomous regions have resumed their business within their jurisdiction, while catering and accommodation have been gradually resumed. However, travel agencies have not yet started their business. According to the comprehensive calculation by the China Tourism Academy, the total number of domestic tourist reception during the Qingming holiday in 2020 was 43.54 million, and the tourism revenues was 8.26 billion RMB. During the Labor Day holiday, China received 150 million domestic tourists on the 1st of May to the 5th of May. China received 150 million domestic tourists on the 1st of May to the 5th of May. Domestic tourism revenues reached 47.56 billion RMB. The third, during the period of normalized prevention and control, the tourism market is gradually heating up. Next. Since May, China has entered a period of normalized prevention and control. Compared with the Qingming holiday, the total number of the tourists and tourist income during the Dragon Ball Festival holidays increased by 12.3 and 11.9 percentage points respectively. And the per capita consumption per trip also increased significantly. The data shows that confidence in tourist consumption is recovering. Momentum of industrial revitalization is gathering. The trend of tourism economy is bottling up. Next, the third aspect, I'd like to talk about the strategies for tourism recovery and development after the COVID-19. The first is to increase policy support. The development of tourism cannot be achieved without the support of government policies, which is particularly important when the tourism industry has been greatly impacted by COVID-19. During the epidemic prevention period, the government has been taking the initiative to introduce a series of supportive policies and measurements to provide financial, tax, and institutional subsidies for the small and medium-sized enterprises. In order to promote the recovery of tourism after epidemic, target policy support and assistance should be further strengthened for the tourism industry. Next, on one hand, we can increase the financial support for tourism enterprises during the period of recovery operation, such as reducing or extending some administrative fees of tourism enterprises, implementing temporary financial subsidies, short-term working capital non-guarantee, financial discount loan, and tourist special funds, etc. Next, on the other hand, policies can be introduced to stabilize the employees of tourism enterprises, such as the policy of retaining position and salaries. The implementation of the pay leave system for employees and the appropriate extension of the payment period of Social Security funds. The second is to rebuild tourism confidence. On the whole, although the situation is under control now, next, it will take some time for tourists to get rid of anxiety about avoiding people and worry about transportation, scenic spots, and hotels during the trip. Therefore, firstly, the tourism destination government should strengthen the image shaping to promote the tourist destination and attract tourists by creating a resilient tourist destination image. Secondly, launch a number of destination promotion measures, such as issuing travel vouchers, carrying out online tourism promotion, and promoting cloud tourism projects, etc., to transform tourist intention into tourism demands. Thirdly, tourism enterprises should explore tourism consumption demands after the epidemic, develop some new tourism products such as peri-urban tourism, short-range tourism, parent-child tourism, and health tourism, so as to inject new vitality into tourism projects and restore tourism confidence through cloud tourism, cloud live broadcasting, and VR on scenic spot. Next, the third is to innovate tourism formats. On one hand, we should improve the quality of domestic tourism products, strengthen the research and development of new tourism products such as healthcare tourism, parent-child tourism, and study tourism, etc., which are highly recommended by the market currently. Next, we should make plans to advance for the analysis of post-epidemic tourism demand, communicate with upstream and downstream firms in the industrial chain, and integrate resources. On the other hand, traditional tourism enterprises such as scenic spots, hotels, and travel agencies can make active transformation by using network technology to carry out access line operation, increase online e-commerce marketing, and develop online tourism products by using AR and VR technology, so as to communicate with online tourism products and create new consumption patterns. To conclude, COVID-19 outbreaks have a hit on China's tourism industry, but China's tourism industry is not fragile. The epidemic crisis also contains the new business opportunities. Under the current situation, domestic tourism will be the first important market to recover in China. Three major measures, namely strengthening policy support, restoring tourism confidence, and innovating tourism formats, are crucial to promote the high-quality development of China's tourism industry during and after COVID-19. That's all for my speech today. Thank you for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Luo. It was very insightful and informative. Now, moving on to our second speaker on the panel, we have Monica Sadi, PhD, who is an assistant professor at the Department of International Management at Krakow University of Economics. She is the coordinator of University Social Responsibility and received numerous awards for her social charity engagement, especially for the Students' Social Responsibility Project, which she runs since 2007. Dr. Sadie is a member of several European Union international scientific and educational projects in the fields of social entrepreneurship, MOOCS, and startup corporate collaboration. She has a European Consultant of Social Economy certificate. Dr. Sadi was also a guest lecturer at Grand Valley State University in USA, AGH Technical University, Krakow, Poland, and Universitat Politecnica de Valencia in Spain. Her research interest lies in management, social responsibility, social entrepreneurship, startups, lobbying, stakeholders relations, and socially engaged teaching. These are also her teaching and consultancy areas. Dr. Sadi is also a reviewer for several international journals and organizes international scientific conferences. Dr. Sadi, thank you very much for being here. And now the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your wonderful introduction. Let me just connect to my presentation. First of all, I would like to say good afternoon to the respective Vice Minister and respective Vice Governor. I would also like to thank His Excellency Rector and His Excellency Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business for inviting me to this wonderful conference. Hello, dear professors and students of Udayana University. And I would also like to thank Dr. Niputu Srihartamimba for contacting me. She's a dear friend and we've cooperated before. Thank you for the invitation. Today I would like to discuss the case of Polish mice industry in the times of COVID-19. First, I would like to explain what mice industry is. Mice industry is all the companies that organize exhibitions, conferences, concerts, meetings professionally. What is so specific about the Polish mice industry, so the industry organizing conference? First of all, the market of those companies has been growing really fast for the past 10 years. Those companies have been professionalizing really fast. This is on one hand, the number of companies growing. And on the other hand, we were building a lot of big concert and conference centers. Those companies from mice industry have been training, gaining certificates, gaining knowledge and experience throughout international exchange programs. And what is interesting, for the past 5 years, they were not only competing for customers, but they were also cooperating in order to exchange knowledge and experience and know-how, and to be even more professional. So they started building relationships among them. Just to show you a general overview, UFI, the Global Trade Fair Organization, is saying that between March and June 2020, mice industry, so the companies organizing events, lost contracts worth around 135 billion euro around the world. So as you can see, this industry is very big and lost a lot of money for the past few months. The value of organization of this type of events in Poland is estimated to be 3 billion Polish zloty, which is about 0.7 billion euro. So as you can see, in Poland, this is also quite a big industry. Because it produces 1.5% of Polish gross domestic product. And since March, more or less 97% of all events, all concerts, exhibitions, conferences have been cancelled. So this Polish MICE industry has lost a lot of money, as well, which created a kind of chaos and uncertainty what will happen next. Because the COVID-19 is still on, there is still this uncertainty of how long it will last and what will happen in the future. When we are talking about the industry in Poland, we don't only talk about event organizers, so sound and lighting experts, stage designers, stage builders, drivers, security personnel, hostesses, but also we're talking about artists as well. This whole market in Poland is about 1.5 million people. So since March, all those people should be out of jobs. What is also interesting, connecting this presentation to the previous presentations about tourism, is that when people come to a specific city for a conference, they don't only use the conference event, but they also use hotel, they use public transport or taxis, they use catering, they go to restaurants, they go to pubs, they might even have time to go some sightseeing. So not only this MICE industry is affected, but there are connected vessels. If this industry is influenced by COVID-19, other industries suffer as well. Also, cities are great beneficiaries of the MICE industry, because when people come to a specific city for a concert or a conference, they look around the city, they check what is offered, and if they like it, they become ambassadors of the city in the future. As you can see on the map here, Krakow is on the south of Poland, if you haven't been here before, and it looks more or less like this. So as you can see, Krakow is pretty nice, not as beautiful as Bali, not as paradise as Bali, but for Europe it's quite okay. And the city offers great transport accessibility. So the transport around the city is really well developed. We've got airports connected to the biggest cities all around the world. We've got numerous conference and concert halls. We've got hundreds of hotels. We've got fantastic atmosphere of a city that likes living in the evenings. Krakow is also an academic center. We've got 5 state universities only in Krakow and about 30 private universities. So as you can see, we've got a lot of students. In a school year, the number of students in Krakow is about 800, 900,000 people. Business service center as well. We've got dozens of international corporations operating in Krakow, and these are corporations like International Paper, Philip Morris International, Cisco, which Webex we're using right now. So we've got a lot of corporate service centers as well. So as you can see, the city is very diverse. That is why it's very interesting for organizing different types of events for business, for students, for tourists, etc. And thanks to that, it's pretty well recognized on the world map. Again, not as recognized as Bali, but still for Europe, pretty nice. And inside this Krakow, 20,000 people is involved only in organizing events industry. So quite a lot. And this MICE industry creates 4% of Krakow's budget. So it gives 4% of money to the Krakow budget, which is quite a lot. As you can see, this is a big industry for the city. So what is happening in Poland right now? Probably more or less the same as the rest of the world. So there are current regulations concerning events organization and public gatherings. So first of all, everybody needs to wear masks on their mouth and nose, which is a standard right now. During the events or even in the cinemas, every other seat needs to be free. So, for example, if you wanted to buy a ticket to a cinema, only half of the places can be taken. In the cities where there are many active cases, this is only 1 in 4 seats that can be taken. So only 25% of the seats can be sold. The same for the concerts, conferences, etc. There must be 4 square meters space per person in the place of event as well. So as you can see, this gives much trouble to the organizers of all the events, who started figuring out what to do, how to survive in the times of pandemia, where the events are either cancelled or they have great problems with selling tickets. So what those organizers can do, there are 4 things that they can do. First, they can cancel the event, which is the fastest solution, but it won't give them any money. They can move the event to another date, but there's a danger that the pandemia will not go away by then, and they will have to move again and move again and move again, because there's still great uncertainty in front of us. They can go hybrid. So as you can see on the photo, some of the participants might be inside in a conference hall or whatever, and part of the participants might be online, and they can go fully online, just like this conference today, where everybody is joining from either office or their homes. So the Polish MICE industry decided to professionalize in those digital and virtual events as strong as they can. And what it gives to those companies, what are the benefits of going online? Well, first of all, it's greater audience reach. As we can see today on this conference, yesterday, Dr. Mimba told me that there's more than 2,100 participants for this webinar today. And I guess that you wouldn't be able to gather everyone in one conference room. So this gives the opportunity to have more participants. When participants register, a lot of valuable data is available about them, and it's more measurable. So we can figure out what type of participants are here and what we can offer them. Feedback is easier to get because when you're online, you can quickly ask the participants what they think. It's easier to manage this type of event because you don't have people in person running around. You only have the virtual environment. It's much easier to communicate because on chat you can send a message to all the participants, and during a conference you would have to go from one room to another asking people to do something. There's a lower marketing and operating cost of events like that because you can advertise it via email or in some social media instead of just advertising it traditionally, and smaller operational costs because you don't need to hire a concert hall or a conference hall, which is a great cost always. These are also lower cost for participants. If I wanted to attend this fantastic conference today in Bali, I would have to travel from Poland, which would take me, I was in Bali last year, it took me 32 hours to get to you guys. I had to pay for the plane, I had to pay for the hotel, I had to pay for the meals, and time. So for me to get to this conference and come back, it would take me all about 5 days. And this type of events are also more environmentally friendly. They leave smaller carbon footprint than the traditional conferences. So what MICE industry did is they, in Poland, is that they didn't wait for the government to help them, either for the central government or for the local governments. They were helping them still, but the companies thought that they need to do more. So they organized right away in order to observe the situation, in order to create new business strategies, to make decisions in a more flexible way, to use modern technologies, looking for new opportunities on the market, because they didn't want to fire any employees and they didn't want to close the companies. So they thought very proactively, which is a pretty good case because they already had good access to new technologies. So this was pretty easy for them to switch. They only had to switch the mindset. I've got one example for you guys. This is an example of a Krakow's art salon. This is a community project which is running since 2018. So this year there is a third edition. As you can see on the right, there are two photos. The Krakow's art salon is a week event, 1 week every fall, every year, and there's a huge exhibition of artists connected with Krakow, and these are different types of visual artists. So as you can see here on the photo, there are mainly paintings in this room, but it's in a very big building. So there are numerous artists presenting their works there. And it is open for the whole community, and it's for free. So artists, people living in Krakow, tourists, students, they all come there to see the exhibition. These are all works that's been done in a specific year. So if there was this Krakow's art salon, the first one in 2018, artists needed to present their works from either 2017 or 2018. So only recent works. And this is usually modern art. But not to leave it simply as an exhibition, the organizers decided that they want to have a jury, they want to have prizes, they want to have discussion panels every day. As you can see in the below photo, the lady in the green dress, this is me, conducting a discussion panel about women managing art. And there were guided tours. So anytime you came to see the exhibition, there were guides available in several languages who guided you through the exhibition, telling you about different artists from Krakow. A city participated in this Krakow's art salon, giving a budget to help to organize this event. So it was a typical bottom-up initiative created by the community of artists with the help of the city. But as you can see on the top photo, there were a lot of people taking part in this event. So in 2020, in the times of COVID, there were no possibility to do it in the same way as before. Taking into consideration that many artists don't have stable jobs and they earn money on what they produce, so on their art pieces, the organizers of the Krakow's art salon decided to switch their strategy into another way. They didn't have such great access to online tools because they don't have that big budget. So they decided to spend all the budget on helping the artists. Both of the artists who are freelancers and don't have stable income and didn't earn any money since March, and for places like foundations, associations, private galleries who support activities of visual artists but didn't earn any money since March and they were striving financially. So they created, instead of creating this exhibition, this year they created this granting, this scholarship system for those artists and those places, which is a great help for the community, for the artist community in Krakow. So as you can see, here in Krakow, there are two tendencies. On one hand, people are going online and very professional and very modern way of communicating and of events organizing. On the other hand, there are also initiatives who go even lower, even closer to the society, helping the society instead of going online and spending the money on grants and scholarships. But in the times of pandemia, I think the most important thing is to exchange knowledge and to help each other inside different industries and among them. And for me, a perfect international example of this is an Inspire project, a project that has started 3 years ago. As you can see in the logos below, Universitas Udayana is a part of the project, the same as Krakow University of Economics. And inside of the photo, right in the middle, you can even see Dr. Mimba there. This project is a perfect example of cooperation of European and Indonesian universities in order to exchange knowledge, in order to exchange experience, to enrich ourselves. And it's aimed to promote social entrepreneurship, which in the times of COVID-19 is extremely important, to facilitate, to help to teach social entrepreneurship in an innovative way, to foster that innovation, and to strengthen the cooperation. And I think that initiatives like this in the MICE industry, in the tourist industry, in any other industry are very, very valuable. So this is my last point of this presentation, is that in these difficult times, no matter what industry we're in, we should help each other and we should share our experience and knowledge in order to evolve in these difficult times. Thank you very much.
Miss Asti, the microphone is still muted. Sorry.
Thank you, Pak Dekan. And that was the presentation from Dr. Sadi. Thank you very much, Dr. Sadi. The current situation around the world is not ideal, but there are ways to get around this challenge that can also be beneficial in some way, as have been presented by Dr. Sadi. And also, I would like to say that Krakow certainly looks beautiful from the images you've shown to us. Okay, now moving on to our third speaker in the panel is Niputu Sri Hartamimba, who is an assistant professor in the accounting department. Dr. Sri Hartamimba is a lecturer also at Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University. She pursued her PhD in accounting from University of Groningen, the Netherlands, her Magister of Science from Gajah Mada University, and her Bachelor from Udayana University, Indonesia. Her current research interests are public sector accounting and projects to empower small and medium enterprises in Bali based on local indigenous. She has been appointed as the head of research and community service unit at her faculty since March this year. Currently, Dr. Mimbar is in charge as the project coordinator granted by Erasmus Plus called Inspire and United. She was also granted an APEC grant for a project on capacity building improvement for small medium enterprises, which were held in Tokyo and Seoul in 2012. Formerly, Dr. Mimba was the director of Center for International Programs, Udayana University from 2013 to 2019. She has also joined various trainings, such as leadership training granted by British Council in University of Glasgow, Scotland, accrual accounting in Massey University, New Zealand, and it was granted by Finance and Development Supervisory Agency. Also, Erasmus Plus training of trainer social entrepreneurship held in FH Jonum Graz, Austria, Alicante University in Spain, and University of Krakow, Poland. Her professional memberships include Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association, Institute of Certified Management Accountants Australia, and Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants. To Dr. Mimba.
I would like to check whether you can hear my voice, really? Okay. Ibu Asti, thank you so much for the introduction. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Peace and well-being to all of us. Distinguished His Excellency Vice Governor of Bali Province, Professor Dr. Cokordo Oka Arta Ardana Sukawati, Distinguished Managing Director Digital Information Technology and Operation of Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Dr. Indra Utoyo MSc, Distinguished Dean, Vice Dean, Heads of Unit Programs and also Head of Units, also honorable colleges and my beloved students of the Faculty of Economic and Business Udayana University, as well as other honorable colleges that now joining me, whether you are now located in Bali, Indonesia, in Sanming or Santa Catarina, Brazil, or Krakow, Poland. So thank you for joining me this afternoon Bali time, morning Krakow time, and very early morning Santa Catarina time. Yeah. In this special occasion, it is such a great honor for me being a speaker this afternoon. I would like to deliver the presentation, the title Empowering Creative Industry in Indonesia, Challenges and Opportunity. Next slide, please. Yeah. This is my agenda of my presentation. So first I would like to give the overview, a short overview, and then proceed to the existing circumstances of the creative industry, and then move to the challenges and opportunities that we are faced now. And then we also would like to add a small case about how to empowering creative industry in the case of fashion and culinary in Bali. So, and then the conclusion session. Next slide, please. So the first question is always, why is creative industry important? And yeah, of course, the answer that creative industry provide the significant value, that provides significant contributor to the GDP growth of Indonesia. So some points already discussed previously by our honorable keynote speaker, so I won't go in a further detail. In addition to that, of course, creative industry provide like more help to bring the benefit for poor communities, especially in empowering local people, in creating jobs, and also in generating incomes. Yeah. Please turn to the next slide. So this is just the number that somehow they already discussed with the previous keynote speakers just by chance. So here just would like to emphasize that here there is an increased trend in the significant contribution of creative industry in Indonesia, because in 2007 it was only 7.28%, but last year in 2019 there was an increase of 9.6% to GDP. So this is a very a good trend. And of course, this requires attention and support from the government. So last year, the Indonesian government issued the law number 24 about the creative economy. This is a very good progress that we have at the moment. Next. Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, so we in Indonesia, we have 16 subsectors of creative industry. So not this one, just previous slide, guys. Yeah. Okay. So we have here 16 subsectors here, but as you or all of us can see in here that there are three subsectors that most highest in the contribution to the GDP. So the first we have culinary, and then fashion, and then next we have the craft. So the creative industry here, this is a very strategic choice to compete, especially in Industry Revolution 4.0. In this slide, then you can see that this is just some examples of the creative industry in Indonesia. So we have like beautiful craft from the brass, and also nice interior design, and also in terms of the publishing, although this is not really high, but we have also the Laskar Pelangi, for example. This is a very famous book that we had a few years ago in terms of publishing. And of course, we have Indonesian music that we have various traditional music that very nice. Yeah. Go to the next slide. I would like to add a bit about the things that are very unique in Indonesia. It's about the importance of Indonesian female figures in creative industry. So here this we can see that uniquely here in the creative economy, women are the main sectors, yeah, with a percentage up to 53.8%. And then in the next slide, you will see some examples. Next slide, please. In the next slide, you will see some examples that like Ibu Mira Lesmana is very famous producer of the movie Ada Apa Dengan Cinta. It's a very booming movie. It was a very nice movie as well. And then, of course, we maybe most of us know about Miss Prinandita, the ITLA founder, yeah. So I use this example because I like watching the movie and eating. But of course, we have some other examples of another subsectors that female figures have an important role here. Next in the slide, we can see that now I would like to discuss at glance about challenges that faced by creative industry in Indonesia, to some extent also already discussed. So this is, of course, I think this is all of us know that we have some a problem in how to get the raw material because of, yeah, we know the imposition of large-scale social restriction impedes the inflow of raw materials. So this is also bring impact to the processing in most of creative industry in Indonesia in general. This is still the general overview. And then the next challenge, next slide, please. In the next, yeah, here, this is already, we have the slide. Here, we just realized that the creative industry, they pay less attention to the research and development. Indeed, this is a very important, and creativity is a must, especially if we would like to improve the quality, and also if we would like to compete with products in international market. This is a very important. Next slide, please. So the next challenge that we have here, we can have that here. The next challenge, this is related to the import duties to the destination countries, is also still very high. And yeah, the fact that IPR or intellectual property right is also still a challenge, because indeed IPR is the most important things and as the main commodity in industry creative. Yeah, we may face many problems with IPR, especially with the movie industry, music, something like that. That in general, all of us may know this. Maybe not in Indonesia, but the case is quite a bit higher in Indonesia compared with the case in other countries, especially with when we compare with the European cases. Okay, the next slide, we can see that the next challenge that we realize that we have the lack of knowledge to use the features on various existing platforms. But maybe this is not the case for millennial generation. They are already familiar with this, but maybe in my age, this is still a bit challenge. Yeah. And also we have that here, the micro, small and medium enterprises actors have difficulty working from home during the COVID-19 outbreaks. Why? Because some of us have the lack of internet access, and then also we realize that the existence of some of their jobs that require physical interaction that cannot be replaced if they have to stay at home, especially in performing arts, something like that. And yeah, in the next slide that we are talking about the opportunities, the good news that also already discussed and explored by our keynote speakers, that this we can say that the Indonesian central government pay a lot of attention to improve the creative industry in Indonesia. So we can here see that many of creative industry can use the digital platform to market their products and services. Yeah. In the next slide, please allow me to clarify, especially the difference about the online and digital, especially, excuse me, to my beloved students, because some of them might still get confused. So the online means that someone or something currently is connected to the internet. And digital, meanwhile, is a format or a process that this can be concluded that digital can be both online or offline. So this is just to clarify this, because later on we will discuss, and in my case we also will raise a discussion about the digital marketing. Yeah. Okay, and then in the next slide, we can see that here the Indonesian government has tried to accelerate the use of digital technology in business here, especially to optimize the digital marketing through Indonesian e-commerce platform. A lot of examples is already discussed by our keynote speakers. I won't go in much further detail anymore. So in the next slide, we will discuss about the O2O concept. So if we say that online to offline. So the companies provide online services for ordering, but the provision of the product or services is done offline. This is a very interesting and really works for some kind of creative industry. So the good news here, that's the creative industry that related to performance, they're really may less affected by the COVID-19 outbreaks. Why? Because it can be turned digital. Yes, of course, we can say that the level of audience satisfaction will not be the same, and the feeling might be different compared with we hear it offline and online. But at least this is still we can enjoy the performance. Yeah. Now we just would like to summarize a bit that the impact of COVID-19 outbreaks on the creative industry in Indonesia, in addition to some challenges that I already explained, that the sales really decreased more than 60% Yeah, this is, I just referred to the IBDSI survey, but this is already confirmed by various research that done recently. And this is also confirmed by my research that I'm currently doing with my other project teams. Then also in terms of the employees, of course, the micro, small and medium enterprises sector were the group that most affected by the spread of the coronavirus. Yeah, like many creative industry that I just interviewed in Bali, that they're really struggling with this issue. Yeah. Okay, in the next slide. Please, next slide, guys. Yeah. Okay, this slide. No, the previous one. That's please allow me to share my community service project in Denpasar City together with project teams Dr. Chokorda and Dr. Dwi. This about the empowering small medium enterprises that based on local wisdom through digital complementary marketing, a synergetic of organic food, fashion and spa product. So we can see that here in the case, we use 3 companies here, Bali Tangi, GNS Mode, this is about the fashion, and Bali Tangi, this is spa product, and Warung Sehat, this is related to the culinary. So 3 of these companies, they facing the significant decrease of the sales during the COVID-19 outbreaks. So we choose this company, but the reason why we choose this company, we have some reason, of course, for this. The first one, that 3 companies that located nearby. Then we can use the approach Solomo that I can explain it later, the Solomo approach. And the other things that these products are unique, that I mean these 3 companies, they produce the complementary product. Yeah. Now, in what extent that this is a complementary, we let me give you some like small examples, because this is related especially to the women's. Yeah. So here during the COVID-19 outbreaks, we have to very smart in spending, in spending our money. So in terms of the fashion, all of us know that the beautiful dress and clothes with an affordable price, they already have like a certain size, yeah, either it is small, medium, or large, or extra large, something like that, and the price is much more cheaper compared with the dress with a special like tailor-made size. So for this purpose, if we would like to buy the beautiful dress with the size already fit in it, then we have to be very careful with our food. Yeah, with our food, and then of course we cannot eat just everything or every kind of food. Instead, we really have to choose a very healthy food. So this is provided by Warung Sehat, not only food but also the herbal. They use a very traditional recipe in providing that kind of foods and drinks. Yeah, and of course, for this, if we then here need a very healthy food and drinks in order to get like very healthy and have a proper size for ladies in general. Of course, we have to also take care of our body, and the maintenance will be provided by Bali Tangi with their spa products. So in a whole, for the women, this is a very complementary product. Yeah, and this is located nearby. Why the location is one of the clue in choosing this product? Because in the next slide, please, we can say that the Solomo approach really help us with this solution for these three unique companies. Can you guys help me with the next slide, please? Yeah. Okay, now the previous one. Okay. Okay, sometimes it's need coffee breaks. It needs a special attention. No, not this one, guys. Could you please just go to the next slide about the SOLOMO? SOLOMO is an acronym for social, local, and mobile marketing. Yeah. Okay. So okay, then we just okay, we find it after the coffee. So, oh my God, it's getting afternoons. It's getting a bit challenging, yeah. So thank you for still listening to us here. So the social, I mean, consumer usually is a social. A social human, yeah, because usually we referring to what other people said about this product, yeah. So we really rely on what these other people say. If the other people say this product good, then we usually tends to follow them. And in terms of the mobile, to discuss today's that I think each of us has our mobile phone, and then no one share the mobile phone. So this will provide us a lot of information that fit with our needs, yeah, and a very like we said, it fits information that we really need it. So because we use our mobile phone for ourselves, and that about the location, the location that here we can say that in Bali Tangi, maybe all of us, especially in Bali, we know this kind of product is located in a street they call Batanghari Street and a Musi that's along that way. This we also can find a very nice boutique. We call it the GNS mode. And we also can find the other things is warung sehat. So let's say that in the next slide, we will, I think, for our participants in outside of Bali or Indonesia, know about complementary marketing before this slide. Yeah. So in the complementary marketing, yes, this one, please don't move on. Still this one, yeah. In the complementary marketing, we can say this is a strategic, marketing strategic that using that's mentioned here, that's a low-cost market entry strategy in which two or more firms represent one another's complementary but non-competing. This is a very important non-competing products in their respective market. So for instance here, I'm as the customer of Bali Tangi, I'm just now located nearby of this street, and then my mobile phone will provide me the text informing in the SMS that, for instance, that hi, here this we have a special promotion from Bali Tangi with special nice product, blah blah blah. And then with this kind of product, a program, I will not will explain in a further detail this kind of a program that allow the companies to know what is my preference. Then they mostly will provide us, for instance, like they already know the track record, what I have bought in the past from Bali Tangi. For instance, I like the body the body lotion with the vanilla perfume, something like that, and then they will provide me with a kind of similar information. So the opportunity that I will buy this product will be increased because I'm just nearby there. And of course, if I'm in a hurry, I still can do the like online buying, and then they can just send us through the platform, like for instance, like GoSend or other type of platform that we have. So in other case, for instance, let's say I'm still in the boutique GNS boutique, just having around, just let's say now I'm in the location. So perhaps this is a good time, then we can go also to the Warung Sehat, because this application can allow the customer to give the notification that, hello dear customer, that we have some nice blah 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 blah. So in conclusion, that we the three, as the customer, we also can have like advantages, because in a very sufficient time we can also fulfill our needs. But then in the side of production here, or companies, they can increase the possibility of the product sold by providing the updated information to the customer and providing the information that fit with their preferences. Yeah, for instance, yeah. So this program is really met with this, and so far these companies are very happy with our proposal in this program. And of course, in the next slide, we could see that in the terms of payment in the COVID-19 outbreaks, that the CRIS digital payment, of course, this is the digital payment by CRIS is really advised by our Indonesian Central Bank, especially in the rules that issued last year. Yeah, that this is expected to provide more conveniences for our customer, because there will be less physical contact. And for our millennial, maybe, yeah, they are already getting used to with using their mobile phone for buying the things. So if we say that, oh, I left my wallet at home, maybe now it's not a problem anymore, as long as you still have your mobile phone number with you. So I remember in China or another city like in Sanming or Beijing, that this is also can be used even to buy very, very small small products, and also can be used to rent the bicycle. So the mobile phone is a very, very important. The wallet is not very important anymore. So this is the case that the digital payment, especially in the COVID-19 outbreaks, this is a very important. And at the moment, we are really still helping these three companies to convince them that this is a very handy. And of course, in the beginning, we need to pay more attention in terms of the improvement, especially to improve the knowledge of the staff in how to use this kind of tools. But then later on, they realized that, oh, just in the beginning, they find it's very a bit challenging, but now they find it's very, very doable. So in the next slide, that we can say the Solomo approach with the digital complementary marketing system that we propose for these three companies currently try to working in a very good way. So I hope this also can inspire another college to also provide the solution for the other creative industry. So because now it is not a very sophisticated anymore. This is like a mass that we have mobile phone, and then Solomo approach is a very doable solution. And in the next slide, we have here about the information that in addition to the community-based project that I have, of course, just now Dr. Monica already informed at glance about Inspire project. We are very broadly in the Faculty of Economic and Business. We can join this a very excellent consortium. So the lesson learned that we can share here, that the power of networking is very, very helpful. Yeah. So in the next slide, so in addition to provide the knowledge to the students, we also the previous slide, guys, in the in the Inspire project, we also have some like social project for the people with special needs. Yeah, yes, we are. Why? Because now we also have like a lot of project related to the people with special needs, because in the world, the largest number of people with special needs is in Asia continent. So we are really have to put also other effort for this. So they really needs like our help in terms of to give their confidence, because like they producing the bamboo straw. They are very happy if we buy their product, bamboo straw, compared with we just give donation. So this is the things that also we have to understand. And then in terms, this is also the creative industry. Some of them are really have some companies that they are really now trying to struggling in this COVID-19 outbreaks. Yeah, so far they can still struggling with it, but then we do hope that as the university, Faculty of Economic and Business will be able to do more hand for them. And then, yeah, in the next, of course, we have like the conclusion slide. Yeah. Yeah. Now it won't be wrong slide anymore, guys. Yeah, this is the latest slide. So let me just give the short conclusion. So this the creative industry has a very important role to the economic of Indonesia and also here in Bali. And then we regard that the importance of the female figures in creative industry, not in the national level, but just now you could see that the Bali Tangi and GS Mode, the founders are also female. Yeah. And then also the importance of digital marketing and digital payment system. This is like a must now if the creative industry would like to really compete with other companies. And then Solomon approach for especially for the millennial generation kinds of a good approach. Yeah. And then, yeah, here we can conclude that indeed there are more opportunities than challenges. And the most important thing is the willingness to fight. This is a very, very important. So if I could refer to the Mr. Travis Kalabik, that he said that every problem has a solution. You just have to be creative enough to find it. And this is make the difference between a winner and a loser. A winner always see a lot of possibilities and solution in every occasion and in its circumstances. But a loser, mostly this only see the problems in every situation. So this is from me. So thank you very much for joining me this afternoon. So I would like to say Xie to all of my colleagues from China, Nanchang, and Keshe, like Zikushe. Yeah, I hope I spell it correctly. Monica from Poland, and then Matur Suksma, and of course to all of the colleges in Indonesia. Terima kasih. So I'm very happy to deliver this speech, and of course, happy 53rd anniversary to the Faculty of Economic and Business, Udayana University. I'm very proud to be part of this lovely faculty. So this is the end of my presentation. Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Kumba. Actually, creativity and willingness is much needed to overcome our current challenges. And now we move to our last speaker on the panel is Marcos Bosquetti, PhD, who is a full-time professor at UFSC School of Management, Federal University of Santa Catarina in Brazil. Professor Bosquetti earned his MBA in Strategy and Change from the University of Bath, England, and his PhD in Management from University of Sao Paulo, Brazil, with 2 international exchange programs as a visiting researcher at McGill University, Montreal, Canada, and University of Melbourne, Australia. Professor Bosquetti has worked for 25 years in the multi-utility industry with marketing, renewable energy, and corporate social responsibility before starting his academic career in 2011 at UFSC School of Management. One of his goals as a tenured faculty member is to help to bridge the gap between the classroom and the real world, creating opportunities for experiential learning and university engagement with businesses and communities. He teaches sustainability, social entrepreneurship, and project management courses in BA and MBA programs. As a 2016 to 2017 visiting scholar at San Diego State University, California, Professor Bosquetti developed a postdoctoral research project on sustainable surf tourism as the Center for Surf Research. In 2017, Professor Bosquetti started SANS Surf and Sustainability Research Group, the first interdisciplinary group in Latin America that studies sustainability in the surfing world. Professor Bosquetti, thank you for being with us today. I believe it's 11 hours difference between Indonesia and Brazil. Okay. There's a lot of time difference between Indonesia and Brazil. It's very early in the morning there in Brazil. So before we move on to our last presenter, we will now have a commercial break. Thank you.
Belanja. Dulu mau belanja harus bawa dompet dan uang tunai. Sekarang semuanya serba digital dan lewat smartphone. Mau makan bareng teman, ngopi bareng pacar, nonton bareng keluarga, belanja bulanan, sampai belanja pakaian. Tapi banyak aplikasi, ribet juga ya. Aha, sekarang bebas ribet dengan kris BPD Bali. Traktir teman, ngopi bareng pacar, sampai belanja-belanja. Krisin aja dengan BPD Bali Mobile. Kris BPD Bali Mobile bikin kamu lebih unggul. Belanja praktis dengan kris BPD Bali Mobile. Download BPD Bali Mobile di Play Store dan App Store kamu sekarang. Traktir teman, bareng pacar, sampai belanja.
Okay, now we're back again. Professor Bosquetti, can you hear me? Hello, Professor Bosquetti. Thank you for being with us. It's very early in the morning in Brazil right now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you great. Now, Okay, so I think there's just a little bit of delay here. However, I guess all the others can hear you very clearly. So this is your turn to give your presentation. Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Okay, great. Okay, so
Can I start now?
I think there's a little delay. Yes, Professor. Yes, you can start now.
Okay. Okay, so
Your turn to give your presentation.
okay, thank you. Yes. So good afternoon, dear authorities, dear professors, and dear students, and all the community that are participating in this great event, the international seminar. It's a pleasure to be here, join the event, and I'm here to talk about the empowering micro and small enterprise in Brazil, my country, during COVID-19 crisis. So the agenda is about Brazil overview, some facts and statistics about Brazil, COVID-19 in Brazil, the situation right now, and the micro and small enterprise in Brazil, a little bit about female entrepreneurship in Brazil and how we are empowering the micro and small enterprise here to deal with the COVID-19 crisis. And then with two examples of initiatives. One is the Salto Incubator of micro business, and also women cooperative called Elas Fazem. Okay. So yeah, so the next slide, please. Okay, so I had the pleasure to visit Indonesia last year, and it's a great country. So let's talk about Brazil facts. So Brazil is the world's fifth largest country with 8.5 million square kilometers. We have 63% of Amazon rainforest, 12% of the world freshwater resource. Is more than 7,000 kilometers of coastlines. The world's sixth most populous country. We are a young population. We are the strongest economy in Latin America. Our GDP is 1.85 trillion US dollars, and per capita is almost $9,000. The employment rate is almost 12%, but it's higher now with the COVID-19. High income inequality, that is a problem that is happening in our culture, in our country. We speak Brazilian Portuguese. And our religion is, we are Catholic mostly. So we face huge social and income inequality in Brazil. As you can see in this slide now, this is we call favelas or slums, and we cannot just isolate people in a place like that where we have like 100,000 people living very, very close to each other, right? So how to deal with COVID-19 and keep the social distance in this kind of infrastructure. So if we move to the next slide, please. Yes, then we see that we try to do like a tourism, a special kind of tourism called favela infrastructure. And it's a favela experience for tourists from mainly from North America and also Europe. And we have guests booking to stay in the favelas to have this favela experience. It's a kind of tourism experience for them to understand the reality. Okay, so if we move to the next slide, please. Yeah, so now we see in terms of COVID-19 in Brazil, it is very, very high, the cumulative confirmed cases. Just to have an idea, Brazil has 200 million people, and Indonesia is 274 million people, right? US, we have 330 million people, and in the European Community, we have almost 500 million people. So Brazil has less people, but we have a very high cumulative confirmed cases. The numbers are very high. So 4 million cases already, right? We are in this second in the global ranking, just America first, right? So, and I'm happy that Indonesia have more people in terms of population, but it's less than 200,000 cases. If we move to the next slide, please, we see that we have also very high number of daily new confirmed cases of COVID, and the curve is in Brazil is still very high, it's not going down like in other countries. So we're still not under control the COVID-19 crisis. And the number of deaths also is very, very high. We have 123,000 deaths, and it is very high comparing to the population of Brazil. And the curve is not going down the same way. So that's the situation that I got these graphics from yesterday. So it's unfortunately we are not dealing well with the COVID-19 crisis. Okay, so if we move to the next slide. So we see that, let's talk about the power of micro and small enterprise in Brazil. So they make 99.5% of total Brazilian enterprise. They provide more than 50% of employment. They produce almost 30% of the GDP. We have almost 9 million micro and small enterprise in Brazil. And we also have a new category of micro business, that is the individual micro entrepreneurs. We call MEI program. And we have like 11 billion made, and we still have 15 million informal workers. So they are not registered yet as a formal business. So they are self-employed workers. We move to the next slide, please. Now we have, in terms of female entrepreneurship in Brazil, we have 24 million female entrepreneurs. So last year, 2019, almost half of the Brazilian entrepreneurs, they are women. And we have also almost 10 million female business owners. That is like 1/3 of the business owners are women. So female entrepreneurs in Brazil are increasingly heads of household. It's very important for the development, for the economic development of our country. And if we move to the next slide, please, we will see what we are doing to empower the micro and small enterprise in Brazil during this COVID-19 crisis. So we are, so the government and the banks, and they created a new credit line for micro and small enterprise and for individual micro entrepreneurs in Brazil. So it reaches almost 40 million business, right? Also, the government and the banks open working capital loan line for micro and small enterprise, and also consider 6 months interruption of loan payment with no late interest payments for this small business. Emergency aid of 115 US dollar per month to informal workers, and also $230 to mothers, heads of household. Also financial support to micro and small enterprise of tourism and service sectors that they are in really trouble with. Micro and small enterprise, offering training and mentoring, such as the one offered by SEBRAE, that's a national organization, and also Salto Incubator of Medici. And last but not least, we have like community initiatives to create social business and also cooperatives. And we are going to see a couple of cases. So in the next slide, we there are three phases or three jumps. There are three jumps that make it the program. So the first jump of this program is focused on the entrepreneur. So the preparation, the training of the entrepreneur. Then the second jump goes to the business model, understanding and the planning and improving the business model. And the third jump focus on the business development and the growth. So Salto incubators, they incubated around 1,000 micro enterprise, and they increase around 54% of their revenue after joining the Salto program of accelerators. So that's very important for this business in this time, and everything is delivered online for them. So if we move to the next slide, please. Yes, then we can see a final example of a community initiative. So it's a women's cooperative. The name of the cooperative is Elas Fazem. That means the girls or the women make it happen. And it's a bottom-up initiative that aims to empower the female entrepreneurship in Florianopolis, in Floripa, the island we live. It started in December last year, a little bit before the COVID-19, as a community outreach program at my university. So I coordinate this community outreach project and many others. I work very close with the community to become a bridge between the university and the community. And the Elas Fazem, so this cooperative, was formally established now in July, just 1 month ago, and has already 39 members and is growing rapidly. It's a very interesting initiative movement, and it's empowering the ladies and helping them to sell the products, to offer their service, even with this COVID-19 crisis. And this is the first initiative related to only women cooperative. So that is the content that I'd like to share and present to all the audience. And if we move to the next slide, please. Yes, I'd like to thank you very, very much indeed for all your attention, and I hope to visit Udayana University again. I really love Bali. I really love your country and your people, and I'm very glad to be part of this very large international seminar that Udayana University is organizing and discussing a very, very important issue and challenge that we are facing as a global community are facing now with the COVID-19. And I hope that we can get stronger at the end of this crisis and learn. We are learning a lot from this situation. So thank you very much indeed.
So that was the last presentation from the panel. Thank you, Professor Luo, Dr. Sadi, Dr. Mimba, and Professor Boschetti for sharing your thoughts and insights with us. And I'd like to inform to all participants that you can start filling in the attendance via the Google form link that will show up on the chat function and your group chat. So with this, we are closing the submission for questions. And now we will take a short break before we move to our discussion session. Thank you. Very well. We are now going to begin our discussion session. There will be up to 3 sessions if time permits, and each session will cover 4 questions. So we now have a question from Gede Chandra. The question from Gede Chandra is directed to Professor Luo Jinhua. So Gede Chandra is asking whether there is any other potential field other than tourism that can support the GDP of the country. Gede Chandra thinks that people are still afraid of the virus spread and many have been laid off from work. And international visitors are not able to travel yet, so tourism is very much dependent on domestic tourists, which may give less contribution to the GDP. So to Professor Luo, I will rephrase that question again. So Gede Chandra is asking, is there any other potential field other than tourism that can support the GDP of the country? For Professor Luo, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, so we are so sorry that the internet is out temporarily. Okay, so we are trying to bring back the internet for Dr. Luo Jinhua so far.
Okay. Okay, that's no problem. I guess we can go to the second question.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay.
You're welcome. So for the second question, we have a question for Dr. Monica Sadi.
没事，我们等一下再来回答这个问题。
Okay, so for the question for Monica Sadi is from Intan Berliana. Intan Berliana would like to ask her questions directly. Intan Berliana, are you there? Intan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Ms. Asti.
Okay, all right, that's great. Intan, go ahead and ask your question to Dr. Sadi.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Ms. Asti, and all of the honorable speakers right now. My name is Intan Berliana. I'm one of the students from Fakultas Ekonomi and Business on Udayana University. But before I asking my question, I would like to say thanks to all of the speakers for the information and knowledge that has been conveyed today. I personally want to ask to Dr. Monica Sadi. From the presentation before, I've heard that in Poland, to deal with this pandemic,
Ask her questions directly.
to deal with this pandemic, beside tightening the health protocols, you guys choose the creative and flexible way and hold such a scholarship to support the artist community, so they will be able to survive in current condition. I want to ask you some things, Dr. Sadi. How effective are the current methods that in Poland doing in dealing with the pandemic? And now, how is the condition in Polandia, especially with the mice industry after implementing this method, so that we Indonesia and in Bali especially can imitate and learn from the Poland to survive from this current condition. That's all from me. Thank you for this opportunity.
I personally want to ask to Dr. Monica Sari.
Dr. Sadi,
Presentation before, I've heard that
can you hear us?
to deal with this pandemic.
Okay, there might be a little bit of time delay. Dr. Monica Sadi, if you can hear
Hello?
us.
Can you hear
Yes.
me now? Okay,
Yes,
great.
we can hear you
I have a
clearly now.
question because I can hear a few voices at the same time. Professor Boschetti, would you be so kind to mute your microphone?
I want to ask you something, Dr. Sadi. How effective
Okay, for all the other speakers, would you please kindly mute your microphone? Thank you.
with the pandemic? And now,
Okay, thank you, Internasional, for your question, which is really interesting. Right now, this solution that I was talking about was a solution strictly from Krakow. So scholarships were donated by the city, and the Society of Artists will choose who gets the scholarship. We don't know how effective it is yet because the contest for scholarships is still on. Participants have time to submit their works until October. So we'll see in a month how it will go, but there are many people who applied already. What happens in Poland is that the central government also tries to help, especially companies, and they are giving some subsidiaries to companies all over Poland. But telling the truth, it's little money, and it's enough for those companies to survive for a month. But what about the rest of the months? So right now, what the government is doing, it's not sufficient. So the companies need to think of innovative ways to help themselves, to innovate, to change their business mindset in order to work properly in the future. So this is only a drop in the ocean, but still the government, the central and the local, is trying to help.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sadi. Intan, did you want to respond on that?
No, I don't want to respond anything. I just want to say thank you, Dr. Sadi, for the answer.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we move on to our next question, which is, I'm just waiting here from our team. Our next question will be coming from, okay, here it is. Our next question is from Agnes Nur Afifa. Her question is directed to Dr. Mimba. The question is, what steps should be taken by students who have a business in the creative industry to continue a business that has been slumped due to COVID-19? Dr. Mimba, the time is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Asti. Yeah. Can you hear my voice? Yeah. So, first of all, I would like to thank Agnes, yeah. What is the name? Agnes Nur Afifah, yeah. You raise a very good question, Agnes. So also here, first of all, for those students here who have a business already, I would like to congratulate you. Why? Because you have been an advanced step, I would say. You already have some opportunities to practice the hard skill, including the knowledge that you have earned in the college, in the university. In addition to that, of course, by having a business already that you could have or you earn some experiences in how to deal and how to struggling, how to communicate in a proper way with your customer. But then now, back to your question that what steps should be taken by students who have a business in the creative industry to continue a business that has been slumped due to COVID-19 outbreaks. So I would say here, if you have a business related to creative industry, so creativity is a key point here. So as we know here that COVID-19 has bring a lot of problems. But as a winner, we have to be able to see a solution in all of this situation. So as we said it here, for instance, let me give you an example. I don't know what type of a creative industry that some student in your question means, but let's say we pick an example that the creative industry that related to food or culinary subsector. In the culinary, if now we have a COVID-19 outbreak, so this is a need now that we have a good immune, a good immune for that. So for this, that we have to really pay attention to the quality of our product and in what extent that our product could increase the immune of our customer. For instance, last few weeks ago, I was also the assessor of some of the business that proposal that raised by question. I still remember that there one of the group that they propose roasted salty egg duck. So it's a very good thing. So, but then what it means there, not only this, but also to most of the students who just trying to do business, that we forget that not all of the students know about our product. So informing the product knowledge is very important. So the creativity means here that how we increase the needs of the customer to our product. And then it means we have to inform our customer properly about the advantages of our product. For instance, back to the example of roasted salted duck. So egg duck here. So we consider this is consists of some vitamins on it and blah 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 and so on. And let's say that the duck that produce that kind of eggs, they are in a very good environment in one village in Tabanan, something like that, because this is also impact the quality of the product. So we call it here, I would say, a storynomics. Yeah? A storynomics that we as a student, we could take a much advanced step compared with the other actors in creative industry, because we know, we learn what is the customer needs and we have to inform properly our product. The storynomics here, for instance, like, and back to the roasted salty egg duck. So we have to inform that how, what is the name of the product, how we inform this, and in what terms that we really inform the customer that this product is a very helpful and very healthy. But of course, we have to also inform frankly about if you consume this more, blah, 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 it will cause blah, 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 something like that. The storynomics of the product. Another example is, let's say in the herbal, in the herbal industry, we have like some leaf, especially here in Bali and also in many places in Indonesia. So the herbal, this is a very good, let's say, to reduce the cholesterol of the body, blah, blah, blah. But the customer will not know until we put that information and we inform the process, especially some students who really would like to produce a fresh fruit, that they really have to inform that this is product very fresh, and if you have a special, like a special process in the way you produce that product, please let the customer know it. Another example that some students that when I fit in the New Zealand at the time, they really find some fact that the coast, that if we massage the coast, the quality of the meat will be much better, the high quality, something like that. But this is also can be applied for instance, like if you do like in the business culinary, for instance, that you say that this plant or this leaf is grow up with so many things, with so many special treatment. Yeah. Another example that like what done by some of the creative industry, that especially in fashion now. Now we are really commit with the sustainability. So for some students, they are really advanced in we call it marketing intelligence. What is the customer needs, and to some extent we could like emphasize the advantages of our product. We took it. Sometimes like we have in an Inspire project, some students they do like fabs, so they use unused clothes to produce the shopping bag, and this is a very good thing. But if you don't put any information or the storynomics of the product, then it looks like the ordinary shopping bag. But this is indeed a special shopping bag, something like that. This is come up from the Inspire product. So this is the first that if I could conclude it, you have to be really convinced with yourself. No one else can convince you until yourself that you really be able to fight this. So, and you see all of this solution that you can come up with. So the creativity also you need to do, and you emphasize your product with your product advantages. So if you ask me for the steps, I think it's all of the steps that should be taken by the students, because this is like a process in the marketing aspect. Because of the COVID-19 outbreak, they need a very high quality product. In the input, you have to really make sure that you have a good input, and in the process, in a very good quality as well. And the output, in the output side, that you really do a lot of good packaging. Yeah. So then a good packaging, for instance, like now you avoid the packaging from plastic, but you can, of course, you can do a lot of things to replace the plastic packaging. And then, of course, the storynomic, you're supposed to be the expert for this. You are from, especially here from the economic faculty, but for the other students, don't be worried. So by, please don't be very like you're really down if you now have loss of because of the COVID. Sometimes if you now very feel so failure, this is just a delay of your success. Yeah, so you have to really convince yourself for this. So this is from me. I hope I could answer your question in a proper way. Thank you so much. Now I return it to the moderator, Ibu Asti. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Linda. So if I can conclude that Dr. Linda has emphasized on how important product information is. So the conclusion from Dr. Riva was confidence, or you need to be convinced first with yourself, and creativity. So these creativity can be shown from a storyline that you created for your brand or for your product. All right, so let's move on to our next question. Okay. This question is for Professor Bosquetti from Delhi. Her question is, how does the last spasm women who focuses on women's entrepreneurship invite other women to become entrepreneurs? Is there a special or specific way to do this? And is this pandemic time, and in this pandemic times, what do these LS spasm women do? Rumahnya keras sekali. Confidence, or you need to be convinced first with yourself, and creativity. So the creativity can be shown from a storyline that you created for your
May I speak now?
for your project. All right, so let's move on to our next question.
So,
It's for Professor Bosquetti from Delhi. Our question is, how does the last spasm women who focuses on women's entrepreneurship invite other women to become entrepreneurs? Is there a special or specific way to do this? And is this pandemic time, and in this pandemic time, what do these LS spasm women do?
okay, so answering the question, thank you very much for the question, Devi. The women, they are using social media like Instagram and Facebook, very many contents that they generate, and we organize content in terms of education and information related to the art craft sector in our city, and also about the female entrepreneurship. And together with the content that goes to the social media, they also advertise their products, their art crafts. So they prepare like homemade art craft and advertise it, promote it through social media so that people can buy, and then they have a special logistics for delivering the products. And that's the main strategy for them. So it's digital marketing. And also, in order to join or to have more members, they also use social media. And also we use all the social media from the university to share the content and to promote this initiative. And this is growing fast, very fast. And every day we have more members, so ladies and young women that they see as an opportunity to generate income selling their art craft. And we are building a marketplace in the internet to show all the products and all the service. Also, we have members offering service as well. And that is so far It's very good for the community and it's helping more than we expected in dealing with this COVID-19 crisis. And at the same time, it is promoting the art craft sector. And here that is not well advertised, right? But the social media is the key tool for the marketing strategy. And thank you for the question, Dayu, to generate income selling their art craft. And we are building a marketplace and the internet to show all the products and all the service. Also, we have members offering service as well. And that is so far very good for the community and it's helping more than we expected. And with this.
Hello.
Okay, so thank you for your questions. I think the first question, besides tourism industry, we also develop e-commerce, the live broadcasting industry, etc. They help to recover the economics. Although tourism is important for the GDP growth, we cannot depend on it solely. We can consider the combination of tourism with the primary and secondary industry, such as the agricultural tourism. For the second question, I think at present, international tourism is hit hard by the COVID-19. That's why we shift attention to the domestic markets. So for the epidemic is well controlled in China, there are huge potential in the domestic tourism market with the largest population in the world. We hope that the pandemic around the world will be over soon. Then we will start the international tourism. That's the first two captions. 第三个问题，谢谢。第三个问题是讲什么
？Excuse me, could you please allow me some time for translation for Dr. Luo?
第二个问题是刚才讲到那个在线语。
The second question, as I know, many the honors, many honors to like broadcasting， 主要是这个业主嘛哈，旅游的业主在经营这样的一个生意。
Okay. So according to Dr. Luo, okay, he thinks that most the owner was the one who is doing that.
Okay. 那通过这个业者的企业直播，它可以弥补了很大的经济的损失。通过线上的话呢，获取的经济效益。
So I think the broadcasting have really saved the economy to the most extent.
比如说像我们中国的有个携程旅游网哈，他们就是主要做这一块的业务。他们除了为游客提供服务，满足游客的一些旅游需求，那么也获取了收益，为整个行业的复苏带来了希望。
So, for example, there's an online site in China, okay, and in Chinese we call it 携程. So the operation of this website, okay, have not only satisfied the expectation of the tourists, but also they designed many rules, okay, to satisfy their needs. Okay, so I think that's all for this question. Thank you.
That's all for this question.
Dear Dr. Aksari, I couldn't hear what you were saying. I'm sorry. I don't know why, but I don't hear you at all. But I believe that you asked the question that I can see on the slide, so I'll try to answer it. Okay. How science and business actually collaborate and synergize during the pandemic. Companies like Cisco, who are representatives of the high technology producers, cooperate with smaller companies and universities, as we can see today, to help them to use the modern technologies and through that to continue working. For example, our university started a cooperation with Zoom platform. And the Zoom platform gave all the employees of our university free of charge uses of the platform for the whole past semester between March and June. So this is a very good example of how the business and science is collaborating. Thanks to big companies like Cisco, like Zoom, like Skype, smaller companies and universities have the opportunity to use the technologies by very small charge or without a charge. New technologies now have a very good time to evolve. Because they're used by more and more people. So there's a synergy effect in both ways. We can use their technologies to work better, more efficiently. They benefit on our usage of this technology because they have more and more clients, hoping that when the pandemic will stop, we will still use those technologies. Radharani Devi is also asking, just technology and communication, or there is more kind of collaboration? What I see in Poland is that different types of industries start to cooperate right now, helping each other. For example, when there was this huge COVID outbreak in Krakow, many Krakow's restaurants started giving free meals, bringing free meals to hospitals, to doctors and nurses. Because doctors and nurses had so much work when the COVID started, they didn't have even time to prepare themselves meals. So many restaurants prepared meals and brought them to hospitals so that doctors and nurses had something to eat. So as you can see, many industries can cooperate in this difficult time to help each other. Universities in Poland started helping doctors and nurses' children with online education. Because when we had the lockdown, all the children were learning from home. But when you're a doctor, you need to be in a hospital. So the children were alone at home. So a lot of professors from universities started teaching those kids online and helping them in doing their homework and in learning. So as you can see, this is like another case of how this collaboration might look like. So open your imagination, and you can imagine any type of cooperation between any industry that can help right now, because there are many, many solutions and possibilities. Thank you very much. I hope, Radharani, that I answered your question.
Hello, testing. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you. Yes.
Oh, finally. So I guess these are some of the challenges that we are facing at this time, where we're learning to do new things, learning to do things differently, same things, but new ways. So as what you've said before, collaboration is important, and this can come from any types of sector. As what you said before, we need to help each other. I think some of the things that you are doing in your country are also very similar to what we are doing in Indonesia at the moment. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Sadi. And next, we will move to the next question, which is for Dr. Mimba. So the question is from Nitri Mirosea. Please give enlightenment how to grow creative businesses in rural area, which is no exception, also hit by COVID-19, and is also suffering from economic loss.
Okay. So thank you so much. Can you hear my voice now? Yeah? Okay, yeah. So I would like to say thank you to Nitri Miro Sea. This is a very interesting question about how to support creative industry in a rural area that has not yet strengthened by digitalization. So the clue point for this is we have to know that in the creative industry, as I just said, that creativity is very important. So let me, in answering your question, let me give you, provide an example that is related to bamboo straws that produced by micro companies in one area in Gianyar. They produced by a very micro enterprise. Of course, as you said, that somehow they cannot have a proper like a proper way how to market their product, and yeah, the digitalization in terms of the marketing and digitalization in terms of the payment that I just discussed. If let's say we have a very um, um, unique situation that it is not allowed anymore, so no worries, we can still find a way out. So the answer is use the power of networking. So we have to collaborate with the other parties, our friends or friends of our friends. Just use our network in how to market our product. So in terms of the bamboo straws example, this small companies has a very good collaboration with Bali Tani, and then they produce the product. Of course, as, let's say this is a very unique situation that no digitalization at all that will be available, that we can use like the networking of Bali Tangi. So Bali, they put it in the Bali Tangi, and then Bali Tangi using their networking also can help this company to sell their product. So let's say that in terms of the COVID-19, we have to really creative. So now everybody put concern on to fit their body healthy. So as long as or to be really friendly with the environment. The case of bamboo straws, of course, now it's still a good product because they are really friendly with the environment. Although our government not really strict yet, yeah, at least we still can allow to use the plastic, but now the awareness of the people really increased, and then using the product that friendly with the environment. So the bamboo straw is a good product. Let's say the second one, that's the product that really can be related to keep our body healthy. So the black rice is a good thing. So in terms of now we have to be creative. So if they said that now we don't have any sufficient area to grow up our plant, this we can do it like a vertical way. So in the YouTube and everywhere, this is a lot of instruction that how we make use of our land. So in terms of that, the black rice, then we have to be aware now how then to market this product. This has to be very special. So what I said that with the store name, and then just put in a small label for that. And then again, if there is a very unique situation that the digitalization is not a possible way, then we can use the power of our networking. We have friend of a friend, family that can just start it by a small, like a small scope first. And then of course, if we have a very good quality in our product, customer will try to find it out. And then we cannot say that if no, because I'm not really have the internet, everything. At least you can text, you can then and ask your friend in another area just to market it online. This is a must because now in the era revolution industry 4.0, having this is a must. Of course, your question is in some area this could be very unique, then of course we still can find a way out. So the willingness here again is a clue. So don't just give up now. I don't have this, I don't have no. You always can find a way out how to solve the problems. And I still remember that Monica and other colleges also from Krakow and other places in the Inspire Consortium really share their knowledge, their networking also. For instance, like some companies that would like to get their product exported. So they really, this is friend of friends or friends, something like that. So the power of networking, willingness, and convince with yourself first. This is really a good way how to deal with this COVID-19 outbreaks. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mimba, for your explanation. Now we have to move on to our next question. Okay, so this question is from Jonathan. Dr. Bosquetti? Hello? Professor Marcos, can you hear me? Okay, while we wait for Professor Marcos, I will read the question from Jonathan. So Jonathan is interested in knowing whether what is the most popular product in Brazil, and does this popular product have any relation towards culture, especially the products that are produced by small and micro and small enterprises? Yes, Professor Marcos, there you are. Professor Marcos, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Okay, thank you for your question, Jonathan. So the products that people in Brazil like or want, that most the creative industry in there. So we have a lot of art craft from indigenous and also from different areas and topics. And they like very much customized products with their names or a sentence to give as a gift, like for birthday gifts or wedding gifts. So, and then there are some special art crafts here that women makes it like nothing, and yes, it's very famous. Another kind of art craft is with ceramics, and they prepare in a special way and related to the ocean, the nature, and all the history of the island. So that's the kind of product. In terms of creative industry also, arts in terms of theater or play, and also music, and they also like it, and it's getting bigger now, the interest for that. And broadcasting, some presentations or some performance, they are doing this as well. Okay, thank you, Jonathan, for your question.
And Professor Marcos, these products that you mentioned before, are they related very closely to Brazil culture? Is it unique towards Brazil culture?
Okay, what is unique here is like the combination of many different cultures. So then we have like a carnival, we have a special kind of dance, we have songs and different kind of instruments, like handmade instruments from seeds, from from fruits, and very natural. And that's the kind of product that like tourists, overseas tourists, they buy it.
These products that you mentioned before, are they related very closely to Brazil culture? Is it unique towards Brazil culture? Hello, Professor Marcos. I think that was a little bit of time delayed, and you have answered the question. Thank you very much. Yes, okay. So with that question, I believe that's the end of the question and answer session. And we have covered all the questions that came in to us. And that's where we have to leave our discussion for today, unfortunately, when there's so much more we can ask from our panelists. So before we end this session, I would like to invite our speakers again for your final remarks. So if we can start from Professor Luo, followed by Dr. Sadi, and then Dr. Mimba, and then Professor Marcos.
Okay, thanks again for the organizers' invitation. It has been a great honor for me to attend this international webinar as the speaker and get to know so many excellent scholars from Indonesia, Brazil, and Poland. Your speech has impressed me a lot, and through it, and then a lot. I hope that when the pandemic is over, we will have the chance to welcome all of you at Sunmi University, China again. Thank you so much for everything. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Luo.
I would like to thank our organizers for this fantastic conference. It's been pure pleasure to participate in it. I just wish that for the next conference we meet in Bali or in Krakow. Thank you to Udayana University. Thank you to all the speakers today for really enriching idea sharing and very inspiring idea sharing. And thank you to all the students for the fantastic questions. I really appreciate that so many students were here today listening to us. And this conference is a very good example of the cooperation that we were talking about between different countries, between different industries, exchanging ideas, exchanging know-how. And I hope that this event will be organized again and again and again, so that we can share more and more ideas from different fields. Thank you very much for inviting me again. It was a great pleasure and a great honor for me.
Thank you for the time. So we are very honored also to have a lot of very expert here from various countries. So in empowering creative industry, especially amidst the COVID-19 outbreaks, we can conclude it is a must, but it is not only the task of our government. Instead, each of us has a role on it. It doesn't matter we are as a lecturer, students, or just an ordinary people. So all of us has a role in empowering creative industry. And then some clue, creativity knows the need of your customer, networking and willingness to win are very, very important. So I would like to extend my deepest gratitude also to our leaders in the Faculty of Economic and Business, Udayana University, of course, and also to all of the committees and to all of our listeners who are still joining us. This is quite long, but they're still here with us. So thank you so much for this. And yeah, happy birthday again to the anniversary of the Faculty of Economic and Business. We have a happy 53rd anniversary. Thank you so much.
And our final remark from Professor Marcos.
Creativity knows the need of your customer, networking and willingness to win are very, very important. So I would like to extend my deepest gratitude.
So I'd like to thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to participate in this amazing conference. As Dr. Monica said, this is a very good example of what we can do in times of COVID-19 crisis, and apply this for different industries and segments. And I also would like to congratulate all the organizers to prepare for the preparation of the event, the seminar, and also congratulate for the topic of this event that is very appropriate and very important for everybody. And I also would like to invite Dr. Monica and Dr. Lu and Dr. Nimba to also visit Brazil, virtual, but also maybe in a conference here. And yes, so thank you so much for this opportunity, and I hope to join next conference again and also visit the university again. I really love the experience, and I hope that we can develop a cooperation agreement between the universities, so that our students also can study in your university, and I'll be glad to welcome students from your university here in Brazil after this COVID-19 crisis. Thank you so much. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will recap a little bit. All speakers have stated that creativity, collaboration, willingness, digitalization, together with the support from the government and the nation, of course, will help us to overcome this challenge. So with that, we have come to the end of our panel session, but for all speakers, can you please don't go anywhere, please, yet. Again, I would like to thank you, Professor Luo, Professor Marcos, Dr. Mimba, and Dr. Sadi. Thank you so much for your informative and insightful talk. And of course, thank you everyone who have participated in this panel discussion. We appreciate you being here and we hope to see you again next time. And now I'm just going to hand it back over to the MC. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all of the speakers and our beloved moderator. In order to express our gratitude, we are honorably present to all speakers and the moderator the biggest appreciation from the Dean, Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University will give an awarding chapter to our honorable outstanding keynote speaker and our moderator. For the Dean, Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University, the time is yours.
Apa nih? Oh, penutupan. Saya penutupan apa? Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize for the delay of my response. Thanks very much for the opportunity before I present you our certificate. Dear distinguished speakers, Professor Monika Sadi from Krakow University of Economics, Krakow, Poland, Professor Luo Jinhua from the School of Economics and Management, Sanming University, our best Dr. Niputu Sri Hartamika from the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University, and Professor Marcos Bosqueti from the Federal University of Santa Brazil. I'm feeling lucky actually to have all of you as our distinguished speakers. I have followed your presentations thoroughly and have taken note about all of your key points that probably we can apply to empower the creative industry. So as the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, I would also like to thank all of the distinguished speakers for all your thought and your contribution to this webinar. It is a great honor to have all of you here. Hopefully by the year 2021, we can meet either in Poland, Brazil, or China, or even Bali, Indonesia, to further continue our discussion about academic or about the potential of developing further relationship and collaborations between our faculty and all of your institutions. Finally, please allow me to offer you the certificate of distinguished participation. This will represent our first step toward more deeper cooperations and also represent our deepest gratitude to have all of you in our international webinar. So here I will give you our certificate of participations. For the first one, for Professor Luo Jinhua, please accept our certificate. Thank you. And for the next one, to Professor Monika Sadi, please accept.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And for the next one, for Ibu Dr. Niputu Sri Hartamika, please accept our certificate.
Suksma.
Suksma, thank you very much.
Thank Thank you so much. Yeah.
For the next one, the last one, Professor Marcos Bosquetti. Please accept our certificate. I believe it is a early morning over there. It's like 6 a.m. in the morning. And also represent our people. It's great to have all of you in our international. And I appreciate all of you. I will give you our certificate of participations. For the first one, for Professor Luo Jinhua.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for the opportunity. It's a great pleasure to meet you virtually, and congratulations for this great international seminar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And on behalf of our faculty, the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University, I close this international webinar, and hopefully to see you soon after the pandemic is gone. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the Dean of Faculty of Economics, Udayana University, all the panel speakers, and also the moderator. Before we continue to our last session, let us take a memorable picture and have a good pose so we can take a nice picture. Cheers!
All right, Professor Luo Jinhua, I think is not here, but let us take the picture. Okay then. Please give counts, Miss MC.
3, 2, 1. Cheers!
Cheers. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
You're around.
Thanks, ma'am. Thank you, Monica, Marcos, Professor Luo. Thank you. Yeah.
Now we will have a short commercial break.
Transaksi pembayaran zaman sekarang, penjual dan pembeli ingin yang praktis dan cepat. Ngitung kembalian recehan, udah nggak zaman. Mau belanja, terus bayar dengan kartu. Atau ngopi, bayar dengan scan kode QR. Memang sih, aman dan gak ribet, tapi penjual harus memiliki banyak aplikasi pembayaran. Penjual senang dan pembeli lebih gampang. Dengan kris BPD Bali Merchant, satu QR untuk berbagai aplikasi pembayaran QR. Cukup tunjukkan ditunjukkan ke pembeli dan kris dapat dibaca oleh semua penerbit yang lain. Transaksi cepat, seketika langsung ke rekening penjual dengan kris BPD Bali Merchant. Bikin transaksimu lebih unggul. Ayo, segera gabung menjadi BPD Bali Merchant. Transaksi praktis dengan kris BPD Bali Merchant.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to say our gratitude to our moderator, the biggest appreciation from the Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University. Will give an awarding charter to our honorable outstanding moderator. For the Dean Faculty of Economics and Business, Udayana University, the time is yours.
Yes, I do apologize. Please allow me to annul my closing sessions because I forgot to provide my most beautiful person in FEB, the moderator, Dr. Asti Aksari. Could I have the certificate? Okay, then. Ibu Dr. Nimade Asti Aksari, I am, as the Dean of the Faculty and representing the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University, would like to provide you the certificate of distinguished participation for your effort and time to moderate all of our sessions, starts from the first speakers through to the last speakers, and also for the discussion sessions. Hopefully, you can accept our certificate, and also thank you very much for your helpful efforts to the Faculty of Economics and Business Udayana University.
Suksma, thank you very much, Pak Dekan.
Ladies and gentlemen, participants, we had productive and inspiring time together on this moment. Thank you very much for your kind attention and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe